In the misty highlands of ancient Scotland, where the rugged hills kiss the clouds and the rivers carve their way through the land like silver ribbons, there existed a people shrouded in mystery, the Picts. Who were these enigmatic inhabitants of the northern reaches of Britain? What stories lie buried beneath the stones of their ancient forts and etched into the weathered surfaces of their standing stones? The Picts emerged from the shadows of history around the 3rd century AD, a time when the Roman Empire was at its zenith, yet the lands to the north remained wild and untamed. Descriptions of them came from Roman historians and soldiers who gazed in awe and trepidation at this fierce and colourful tribe. The name Pict itself is thought to derive from the Latin word picti, meaning the painted ones. It was said that they adorned their bodies with intricate tattoos and woad, a blue dye, creating a fearsome appearance that struck terror into the hearts of their enemies. But what lay beneath this fearsome facade? The Picts were not merely warriors, they were a complex society with deep-rooted traditions, art, and spirituality. Their existence was defined by the rugged landscape they inhabited, an unforgiving terrain that shaped their way of life. Picture vast, windswept moors, dense forests echoing with the calls of unseen creatures, and lochs shimmering under a pale sun. This was the world of the Picts, a world that fostered both resilience and creativity. The Picts lived in small, scattered communities, often situated near the coast or along rivers. They built fortified settlements known as brochs, circular stone structures that offered protection from both the elements and invaders. These brochs stand as silent sentinels today, remnants of a society that thrived on the edges of the known world. Within these walls, families gathered, stories were shared, and traditions passed down through generations. The Picts valued community, loyalty, and kinship, crafting a society that was as rich in culture as it was in conflict. As we delve deeper into the heart of Pictish life, we find ourselves captivated by their artistry. The Picts were master craftsmen, leaving behind a legacy of intricately carved stones that depict scenes of daily life, battles, and mythological figures. The famous Pictish symbols, enigmatic and often perplexing, are a testament to their sophisticated understanding of symbolism and communication. Scholars have debated the meanings of these symbols for centuries. Were they markers of lineage, religious symbols, or perhaps a form of ancient writing? The truth remains elusive, much like the Picts themselves. In the rolling hills of Aberdeenshire, we encounter the remarkable standing stones of the Picts, tall, weathered slabs adorned with carvings of animals, warriors, and abstract designs. These monoliths tell stories of a people deeply connected to their environment, their beliefs intertwined with the land they cherished. The stones resonate with a kind of energy, an echo of the past that whispers to those who pause to listen. Perhaps they were markers of sacred spaces, places where the Picts performed rituals to honor their gods and ancestors. Yet, as we explore the essence of the Picts, we must also acknowledge the shadows that loom over their history. The arrival of the Romans marked a turning point, as the empire sought to expand its influence and control over the tribes of Britain. The Picts, fierce and unyielding, resisted Roman encroachment, leading to a series of fierce battles that would become legendary. The most notable of these was the Battle of Mons Graupius, where the Pictish warriors, under the leadership of their king, fought valiantly against the Roman legions. The clash of cultures was inevitable, and the Picts found themselves caught between the relentless advance of Roman civilization and their own desire to maintain their identity. The Romans recorded their encounters with the Picts, depicting them as barbaric and uncivilized, but perhaps it is they who failed to understand the depth of Pictish culture. The Romans may have seen them as a threat, but to the Picts, their land was sacred and their freedom was paramount. As the centuries rolled on, the Picts faced new challenges. The arrival of Christianity brought both change and conflict. Missionaries ventured into Pictish territory, seeking to convert the tribes to the new faith. The Picts, however, were not easily swayed. They blended their ancient beliefs with the new, creating a unique tapestry of spirituality that honored both the old gods and the teachings of Christ. The stunning stone crosses that dot the landscape today serve as a testament to this fusion, standing tall as symbols of resilience and adaptation. But as time marched forward, the Pictish identity began to fade. By the 9th century, the Picts found themselves in a precarious position, facing the rise of the Scots from the south. The two cultures would eventually merge, leading to the formation of the Kingdom of Scotland. The Picts, once a powerful and distinct people, became absorbed into the larger narrative of Scottish history. Their language, culture, and identity began to slip through the fingers of time, leaving behind only whispers of their existence. Yet, the Picts have not been forgotten. Their legacy lives on in the landscapes they once roamed, in the stones they carved, and in the tales that continue to inspire. Modern archaeology has sparked a renewed interest in their story, unearthing artifacts and sites that shed light on their daily lives, customs, and beliefs. The Picts remind us of the importance of preserving history, for in understanding the past, we gain insight into ourselves. As we reflect on the Picts, we are reminded that they were more than just warriors. They were a people with dreams, fears, and a rich cultural heritage. They navigated the complexities of life in a harsh landscape, crafting a legacy that resonates through the ages. The mystery of the Picts invites us to explore the depths of human experience, to seek understanding in the shadows, and to honor the stories of those who came before us. So as we conclude this journey into the past, let us carry with us the spirit of the Picts, fierce, resilient, and forever enigmatic. Their story is a reminder that even in the face of uncertainty, the human spirit endures, weaving a tapestry of culture and identity that transcends time. The Picts may be a people of mystery, but their legacy is etched into the very fabric of history, waiting to be discovered by those willing to seek it. In a world where stories are etched in flesh, where the skin becomes a canvas, we embark on a journey into the mesmerizing realm of tattoos and body art. This is the tale of the Painted Warriors, a narrative that intertwines the rich tapestry of human history, culture, and identity through ink and artistry. Imagine, if you will, the flickering light of a fire in a dimly lit cave thousands of years ago. The shadows dance against the rough stone walls, while the echoes of a tribal chant fill the air. Here, in this primal setting, our ancestors gather, their bodies adorned with symbols and designs that tell tales of their bravery, their lineage, and their beliefs. Tattoos were not merely decoration, they were a language of their own, a profound expression of identity. As we traverse through time, we find ourselves in ancient Egypt, where the art of tattooing flourished among women, signifying fertility and protection. The revered priestesses would adorn their skin with sacred symbols, invoking the favor of gods and ensuring the blessings of life. Each intricate design, carefully etched into the skin, became a testament to their devotion and strength. The lines and curves told a story, a narrative of faith, resilience, and the unbreakable bond between the mortal and the divine. Fast forward to the shores of the Pacific Islands, where the ocean whispers secrets of the ancient Polynesian culture. Here, tattoos are not just art. They are a rite of passage, a symbol of bravery and social status. The process of tattoo is sacred, a meticulous journey that transforms the skin into a living tapestry of one's life experiences. As the tattoo artist, or tamoko, carefully chisels the skin with traditional tools, the rhythmic beat of the drum accompanies the pain, each sting a reminder of the strength one must possess to wear their stories with pride. The designs themselves are steeped in meaning, intertwining elements of nature, ancestry, and personal achievements. A warrior's tattoo spiraling down their arm may signify battles fought and won, while a mother's tattoo, portraying the nurturing spirit of a bird, speaks of the love and protection she offers her family. In this world, the body becomes a map, an archive of every trial, triumph, and transformation. Yet tattoos are not confined to the past. They pulsate with life and relevance in modern society. In the bustling streets of Tokyo, vibrant colors and intricate designs reflect a blend of traditional and contemporary influences. The art of Japanese tattooing, or irizumi, tells tales of folklore, mythology, and the beauty of nature. The koi fish, often seen swimming upstream, symbolizes perseverance and strength, while the cherry blossom represents the fleeting nature of life. Each piece of art is not just ink on skin. It is a celebration of culture, a connection to the past, and a declaration of individuality. As we explore the world of body art, we cannot overlook the powerful stories behind the tattoos that mark the skin of veterans. For many, these tattoos are a canvas of remembrance, honoring comrades who fought valiantly in battle. Each inked symbol carries the weight of sacrifice, camaraderie, and the harsh truths of war. A tattoo of a fallen brother's initials serves as a constant reminder of love and loss, a tribute immortalized in ink. It transforms pain into purpose, transforming scars into stories of resilience and survival. But tattoos are not without their controversies. In some cultures, they are considered taboo, a mark of rebellion against societal norms. Yet, as we delve deeper into this world, we find that the act of tattooing often transcends mere aesthetics. It becomes a form of self-empowerment, a reclamation of one's narrative. Individuals who may have felt marginalized or silenced find their voices through body art, using their skin as a platform to share their journeys, their struggles, and their triumphs. In the vibrant streets of Berlin, we meet a diverse group of artists and enthusiasts who embody this spirit of self-expression. Among them is Lena, a tattoo artist with a passion for storytelling. With each client that sits in her chair, she listens intently, absorbing their experiences, their dreams, their fears. Together they collaborate to create a unique design that embodies their essence. For Lena, tattooing is more than just a job. It is a way to heal, to connect, and to empower those around her. As we sit in her studio, surrounded by the scent of ink and the sound of buzzing machines, Lena shares stories of transformation. She recalls a young woman who walked into her shop, her eyes filled with uncertainty. After years of battling self-doubt and insecurities, she decided to embrace her scars, both physical and emotional. Together, they designed a tattoo that symbolizes strength and beauty, a tribute to resilience. When the needle touched her skin, it was not just ink that was applied, it was a declaration of freedom, a celebration of the journey towards self-acceptance. Across the globe, these stories echo. From the streets of New York to the beaches of Rio de Janeiro, individuals continue to embrace the art of tattooing as a means of self-exploration and expression. They gather in conventions, sharing their art, exchanging stories, and celebrating the diverse tapestry of human experience. The art of tattooing has evolved into a global phenomenon, transcending borders and cultures, uniting people in a shared appreciation for the beauty of the human form, adorned with stories of love, loss, and everything in between. As we conclude our journey through the Painted Warriors, we reflect on the essence of body art. It is a celebration of humanity, a testament to our shared experiences, and an exploration of identity. Each tattoo, whether etched in ancient stone or inked on modern skin, tells a story of courage, resilience, love, and the unyielding spirit of those who embrace their narratives. In a world that often seeks to define us, the act of tattooing reminds us that we hold the power to narrate our own tales, to paint our own destinies on the canvas of life. So, as you gaze upon the tattoos that adorn the bodies around you, remember that beneath each design lies a unique story waiting to be told. These painted warriors, with their inked skin, carry the legacy of generations past and the hopes of futures yet to come. Their stories are woven into the very fabric of our existence, reminding us that we are all, in our own way, painted warriors, marking our journeys with the art of our lives. In the ancient mists of time, long before the rise of kingdoms and the clash of swords, there existed a land woven with the threads of myth and legend. This was the land of Alba, a realm that would one day become known as Scotland. Picture the rolling hills, the majestic mountains cloaked in fog, and the shimmering lochs that cradled the very essence of life. Here, in this primordial landscape, the echoes of a forgotten past whispered tales of a people whose stories would shape the future of this enchanting land. Let us journey back to the early days of Alba, a time when the world was still young and the earth pulsed with the magic of creation. This was a land inhabited by tribes and clans, each with their own unique customs and traditions. They lived in harmony with nature, drawing sustenance from the land and honoring the spirits that roamed the forests and mountains. The Celts, as they came to be known, were more than just warriors. They were poets, artists, and storytellers, weaving their rich tapestry of culture amid the rugged beauty of their surroundings. As the sun rose over the ancient hills, the people of Alba gathered in communities, their voices rising in a symphony of song and laughter. The air was thick with the scent of peat smoke and the warmth of camaraderie. In these early societies, kinship was paramount. Families bonded over shared meals and the telling of tales passed down through generations, each story a thread in the fabric of their existence. The tales of the great hero Cuchulainn, the fierce warrior of the Ulster cycle, resonated through the ages, inspiring bravery and valor in every listener's heart. But Alba was not merely a land of peace and prosperity. The very essence of its beauty belied the struggles that would come to define its history. The tribes were often engaged in fierce conflicts, driven by a desire for territory and resources. Skirmishes erupted, and alliances were forged and broken as the people sought to protect their homes and way of life. Yet, amidst the turmoil, there emerged a deep sense of identity, a bond that united the clans under the banner of Alba. With the passage of time, the land of Alba began to evolve. The arrival of the Romans marked a significant turning point in its history. These ambitious conquerors, with their iron legions and advanced engineering, sought to expand their empire into the heart of this rugged land. They brought with them new ideas, technologies, and a different way of life. The Romans built roads, forts, and towns, leaving a legacy that would endure long after their legions had marched away. Yet the spirit of Alba remained unbroken, as the fierce inhabitants continued to resist the encroaching influence of the empire. It was during this tumultuous period that the seeds of a new era were sown. The clans of Alba began to unite against a common foe, forging alliances that would lay the groundwork for a greater identity. They shared their knowledge, their traditions, and their dreams, fostering a sense of belonging that transcended individual tribes. It was in this crucible of conflict and cooperation that the foundations of Scotland were being laid, although the name itself was still a distant whisper on the horizon. As the Romans retreated, the winds of change swept across Alba once more. The arrival of Christianity heralded a new chapter in the land's history. Monks and missionaries ventured into the wilds, carrying with them the light of faith and knowledge. They established monasteries, becoming beacons of learning and culture amid the rugged landscape. The great Celtic saints, such as St. Columba and St. Ninian, travelled far and wide, spreading their message of hope and compassion. The monasteries became centres of art and scholarship, where illuminated manuscripts and intricate carvings flourished, preserving the rich heritage of the Celts for generations to come. Yet, even as the Christian faith took root, the ancient beliefs of the land continued to thrive alongside it. The Celtic gods and goddesses, with their vibrant stories and powerful symbolism, found a place in the hearts of the people. The sacred sites, from the mystical Isle of Skye to the towering peaks of Ben Nevis, were revered as the dwelling places of the divine. The intertwining of these beliefs created a rich tapestry of spirituality that defined the very essence of Alba. As the centuries rolled on, the clans of Alba began to coalesce into something greater than themselves. The concept of a united Scotland began to take shape, driven by the desire for strength and stability in an ever-changing world. The legendary figure of Kenneth MacAlpin emerged, a king who would unite the warring tribes and lay claim to the title of Scotland's first king. His vision of a unified realm ignited a fire in the hearts of the people, and the dream of a nation began to crystallize. But the path to unity was fraught with challenges. Rival clans vied for power, and the spectre of conflict loomed over the land. Yet it was in these trials that the spirit of Alba shone brightest. The clans, bound by a shared history and a love for their land, rallied together against external threats. They fought valiantly, their battles echoing through the valleys and mountains, etching their names into the annals of history. The emergence of Alba as a unified kingdom was not simply a political shift. It was a cultural renaissance. The arts flourished, and the stories of the past were celebrated with newfound fervour. Bards and storytellers roamed the land, their voices carrying the tales of heroes and legends to every corner of the realm. The Gaelic language, with its melodic tones and poetic rhythms, became the heartbeat of the people, a language that would echo through the ages. Yet, as we stand on the threshold of this new era, we must not forget the roots from which Alba sprang. The ancient tribes, the mystical landscapes, and the rich tapestry of culture that defined this land still resonate in the hearts of the Scottish people today. The traditions of the past continue to shape the present, as the spirit of Alba endures in the songs, stories, and enduring connection to the land. As we reflect on the journey of the land of Alba, Scotland before Scotland, we are reminded of the resilience of the human spirit, the power of unity, and the beauty of a land steeped in history. The echoes of the past call to us, urging us to embrace our shared heritage and to honour the stories that have shaped our identities. For within the heart of Alba lies not only the tale of a land, but the timeless essence of what it means to be human, a story of connection, struggle, and the unwavering pursuit of belonging. And so, as the sun sets over the hills of Scotland, casting a golden hue upon the land, we are left with the promise of tomorrow, a promise that carries the weight of those who came before us, who walked this earth with dreams and aspirations, and whose spirits echo through the ages. In the land of Alba, the past is never truly gone. It is woven into the very fabric of the present, a reminder that our stories are forever intertwined. In the annals of history, there lies a chapter that reflects the unyielding spirit of humanity, a tale woven into the very fabric of empires. Today, we journey into a world defined by its forts and settlements, a life teetering on the edge of vast and often tumultuous empires. This is the story of resilience, survival, and the relentless pursuit of dreams amidst challenges, a life lived on the fringes of civilization. Imagine, if you will, the early dawn breaking over a rugged landscape, the sun's first rays illuminating the weathered stone walls of a fort. These formidable structures stand sentinel against the horizon, their silhouettes etched against the sky, a testament to the trials faced by those who built them. Each fort, with its robust walls and narrow turrets, was more than just a defensive stronghold. It was a beacon of hope for settlers, a promise of safety in a world fraught with uncertainty. As we step closer, the sounds of life begin to fill the air. The rhythmic clang of hammers on metal echoes from the blacksmith's forge, where iron is shaped into tools and weapons essential for survival on this frontier. Nearby, the scent of freshly baked bread wafts from the common kitchen, a warm reminder of the community's spirit. Here, in this melting pot of cultures and ideas, diverse peoples converge, each bringing their own stories, hopes and dreams. But life on the edge of empire is not without its challenges. The settlers, drawn by the allure of land and opportunity, find themselves navigating a delicate balance between survival and conflict. They are often caught in the crosshairs of empires vying for control, their fates intertwined with the ambitions of distant rulers. The fort, with its high walls, offers a measure of protection, yet it is the resilience of the people within that truly defines their existence. In the shadow of these mighty forts, the settlements sprout like wildflowers, small clusters of homes, shops, and gathering places. Each settlement is a tapestry of lives interwoven through shared struggles and triumphs. Families huddle around fires, exchanging tales of their ancestors and the lands they left behind. Children play in the dust, their laughter mingling with the cries of hawkers peddling their wares, creating a vibrant symphony of life. But the spectre of conflict looms ever close. Tensions rise as rival factions clash, be it indigenous tribes defending their homelands or neighboring settlers competing for resources. The air thickens with uncertainty, and the fort's walls become both a sanctuary and a prison. The settlers must band together, forging alliances and navigating the complex web of diplomacy and warfare that defines life on the edge of the empire. In these moments of strife, we witness the indomitable human spirit. Leaders emerge, not always from the ranks of nobility, but often from the most unexpected places. A farmer, skilled in the art of negotiation, a blacksmith, known for his bravery, or a healer, whose knowledge of herbs saves lives. These individuals rise to the occasion, reminding us that true leadership often stems from humility and a deep-rooted connection to the land and its people. As the seasons change, so too does the landscape of life on the edge. The settlers adapt, their resilience shining through the harsh winters and scorching summers. They learn to cultivate the land, trading knowledge and skills with indigenous peoples who possess a profound understanding of the terrain. Together, they create a rich tapestry of agriculture, blending techniques and crops that sustain them through difficult times. Yet, the allure of the empire beckons. News of wealth and power reaches the ears of those living in the shadows of the forts. Adventurers and settlers alike are drawn to the promise of new beginnings, lured by the tales of riches waiting to be claimed. With each new arrival, the settlements expand, transforming into bustling towns that pulse with energy and ambition. Buildings rise, streets are paved, and a sense of community flourishes. However, prosperity often brings its own set of challenges. The delicate balance that once existed between settlers and indigenous peoples begins to fray. Land disputes arise, and the once cooperative spirit turns to suspicion and conflict. The walls of the forts, once symbols of hope and safety, now serve as barriers dividing communities. In these turbulent times, we witness the profound impact of empire on the lives of individuals, how the thirst for power can overshadow the bonds of humanity. As we delve deeper into this world, we encounter the everyday lives of the settlers. Women, often the backbone of the community, manage households while weaving intricate tapestries that tell their stories. They gather in the evenings to share experiences, their voices rising in song, a celebration of resilience in the face of adversity. The children grow up amid tales of bravery and sacrifice, their imaginations ignited by the legends of their forebears. Yet, even in the heart of conflict, there are moments of beauty. The settlers gather for fairs, where laughter and music fill the air. Markets spring to life, bustling with the exchange of goods and ideas. In these fleeting moments, the hardships of life on the edge seem to fade away, replaced by a sense of unity and shared purpose. It is within these gatherings that the settlers find strength, reminding each other of their shared humanity. As our story unfolds, we see the gradual transformation of these settlements into burgeoning centers of trade and culture. The forts evolve, adapting to the changing times, becoming not only bastions of defense, but also beacons of commerce. Merchants from distant lands arrive, bringing exotic goods and new ideas, enriching the cultural landscape. The settlers, once bound to the earth, begin to dream of a future where they can thrive beyond mere survival. Yet, as empires rise and fall, so too does the fate of these settlements. The very forces that once propelled them forward can also lead to their undoing. New powers emerge, and the settlers find themselves navigating an ever-shifting landscape of alliances and enmities. The fort, once a symbol of security, now stands as a reminder of the impermanence of power and the fragility of human dreams. In our journey through the forts and settlements on the edge of empire, we discover a tapestry rich with stories of courage, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of belonging. These are the stories of those who dared to dream, who forged their destinies against the backdrop of history. They remind us that while empires may rise and fall, the human spirit endures, carving its place in the annals of time. As we conclude our exploration, let us reflect on the lessons learned from those who lived on the edge of empire. Their struggles and triumphs echo through the corridors of history, inviting us to remember that even in the most challenging of circumstances, there is always hope. For in the heart of each fort, in the soul of every settlement, lies the enduring truth that life in all its complexity is a story worth telling. In the rugged highlands of what we now call Scotland, a fierce and indomitable spirit simmered among the tribes of Caledonia. This was a land draped in mystery and allure, where the mountains whispered tales of ancient warriors and the rivers sang songs of defiance. It was a place untouched by the tides of empires, where the very earth seemed to echo with the heartbeat of its people. Here, in the shadow of the towering peaks, the story of Caledonia's resistance against the might of Rome unfolds, a saga of courage, culture, and an unyielding will to remain free. The year was 43 AD, and the Roman Empire, having already carved its name into the annals of history, set its sights on the northern reaches of Britain. The Romans were a force to be reckoned with, their legions a tidal wave of discipline and innovation, sweeping across continents, leaving a trail of conquest in their wake. They sought to extend their dominion, to bring the so-called civilization to the tribes of the British Isles. Yet little did they know, the fierce warriors of Caledonia would not yield so easily to the iron grip of empire. The Romans, led by General Aulus Plautius, had successfully subdued much of southern Britain, and now their eyes turned northward. They encountered tribes that were diverse in culture and language, yet united in their fierce independence. Among these tribes was the Caledonian Confederation, a coalition of clans that thrived on the rugged terrain. It was a land of warriors, of druids, and of ancient traditions, a place where the stories of the past were woven into the very fabric of daily life. As the Roman legions advanced, they were met not by the surrender they might have anticipated, but by the fierce resistance of the Caledonian tribes. Their leaders, men like Calgacus a chieftain of the Caledonians, rose to the occasion. Calgacus became a symbol of defiance, a voice for his people who sought to defend their homeland against the encroaching tide of foreign dominance. He rallied his warriors, instilling in them a sense of purpose and pride, reminding them that they were not just fighting for land, but for their very way of life. As the Romans pressed deeper into Caledonia, they encountered the rugged terrain that would prove to be both an ally and a nemesis. The highlands, with their steep cliffs and treacherous paths, provided the perfect backdrop for guerrilla warfare. The Caledonians, familiar with every crag and valley, struck swiftly and with precision, using the landscape to their advantage. They were masters of ambush, a force of nature that struck fear into the hearts of the Roman soldiers who were accustomed to more open battlefield engagements. The first major clash came at a place that would be etched in history, the Battle of the Groupian Hills. It was here that the Caledonian warriors, painted with the symbols of their clans and their gods, met the well-disciplined Roman legions. The air was thick with tension, the scent of earth and sweat mingling as warriors prepared for battle. With a roar that echoed through the hills, the Caledonians charged, their war cries a haunting melody of defiance. The Romans, though formidable in their formations and tactics, found themselves unprepared for the ferocity of their opponents. The Caledonians fought not just as soldiers, but as guardians of their homeland. The clash of swords and shields rang out, a symphony of chaos that resounded through the valleys. The Romans, despite their training and equipment, struggled to maintain their formation as they were flanked by the agile warriors of Caledonia. It was a battle of will as much as it was of strength, and the ground beneath them drank deeply of the conflict, a testament to the price of freedom. In the aftermath of the battle, the Romans retreated, their ambitions momentarily thwarted. The bravery of the Caledonians ignited a spark of resistance that spread like wildfire among neighboring tribes. The story of their victory echoed across the hills, inspiring others to join the fight against the Roman invaders. The Caledonians, emboldened by their triumph, began to organize themselves further, recognizing that unity was their greatest weapon against the empire. Yet, the Roman response was relentless. They were not a people who took defeat lightly, and soon they amassed an even larger force, led by General Gnaeus Julius Agricola. He was determined to subdue the Caledonians once and for all, to carve a path of Roman civilization across the highlands. Agricola recognized that this was not merely a military campaign. It was a battle for the very soul of Britain. He sought to understand the people he faced, to unravel the threads of their culture, and to exploit any divisions among the tribes. But the Caledonians were not easily divided. They were bound by a shared heritage, by a love for their land that transcended the differences in their languages and customs. The Druids, the wise men and women of the tribes, played a crucial role in this unification, weaving together the stories and traditions of the people. They called upon the spirits of their ancestors, rallying the warriors to defend their sacred earth against the Roman tide. As the Romans advanced, they built fortifications and roads, attempting to establish control over the landscape. Yet, the Caledonians were never far behind. They struck like shadows, ambushing supply lines and attacking outposts, a constant reminder that the spirit of resistance could not be extinguished. The Romans, with their steel and strategies, began to realize that the conquest of Caledonia would not be a straightforward endeavor. It was a land where the heart was as fierce as the sword. The struggle raged on, with each side adapting to the other's tactics. The Romans brought their engineering prowess, constructing forts and camps, while the Caledonians countered with cunning guerrilla tactics that turned every hill and glen into a battlefield. The Romans, frustrated by their inability to bring the Caledonians to heel, began to resort to scorched earth tactics, burning villages and laying waste to the land in hopes of breaking their spirit. But this only deepened the resolve of the tribes, for they fought not just for land, but for their homes, their families, and their very identity. As the years wore on, the conflict became more than just a military campaign. It became a clash of cultures. The Romans, with their advanced civilization, sought to impose their way of life upon the Caledonians, who cherished their traditions and autonomy. The Caledonians were no mere savages. They were a people with rich histories, art and spirituality that connected them to their land. The Romans, in their quest for conquest, underestimated the depth of this connection, and it would ultimately prove to be their greatest undoing. In the end, the resistance of Caledonia would not lead to outright victory over the Roman Empire, but it would carve a legacy that echoed through the ages. The spirit of defiance, the fierce pride in one's heritage, and the unyielding will to resist oppression became part of the very identity of the Scottish people. The Romans, despite their might, were forced to recognize the limits of their power in this wild and untamed land. As the sun set over the highlands, casting a golden hue upon the rugged landscape, one could almost hear the whispers of the past, the warriors of Caledonia, their stories woven into the very fabric of the earth. They stood as a testament to the enduring strength of a people who refused to bow before an empire. The Roman encounter with Caledonia was not merely a chapter of conquest, it was a tale of resistance, of identity, and of the unbreakable bond between a people and their land. In the echoes of history, the Caledonians remain not just warriors, but symbols of a spirit that refuses to be subdued. Their story is a reminder that freedom is worth fighting for, that the struggle for identity and autonomy is a timeless endeavor that resonates through the ages. Thus, the tale of Caledonia resists, a narrative etched in the hearts of those who cherish the legacy of bravery and resilience against the tide of conquest. In the northern reaches of England, where rolling hills meet the rugged edges of the Scottish highlands, lies a colossal stone monument that whispered tales of ancient warriors and fierce battles. This is Hadrian's Wall, a testament to the ambition of an empire that sought to stretch its boundaries and assert its dominance. But here, amidst the remnants of this legendary structure, we find not just stones and earth, we find the echoes of history, a tale of conflict, culture, and survival that defined the very frontier of the Roman Empire. Imagine, if you will, a time nearly 2 millennia ago. The year is 122 AD. The Roman Empire, at the zenith of its power, is sprawling across continents, a vast expanse of territories tied together by the might of its legions. Yet in the north, beyond the familiar provinces of Britannia, lies a wild and untamed land inhabited by fierce tribes, the Picts, the Scots, and the Celts, each with their own customs, languages, and histories. It is a land rich in resources yet fraught with peril, where the clash of cultures is inevitable. As the sun rises over the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the stony landscape, we find ourselves in the company of Emperor Hadrian. Determined to establish a robust northern frontier, he orders the construction of a wall that would not only serve as a physical barrier, but also symbolize the power and reach of Rome. Stretching 73 miles from Wallsend on the River Tyne to Bonus on Solway on the Solway Firth, Hadrian's Wall is more than mere stone. It is a declaration. The construction of the wall is no small feat. Thousands of soldiers, artisans, and laborers toil under the watchful eyes of Roman architects as they lift rocks and carve stones, erecting a formidable barrier against the relentless tribes beyond. Towers and forts dot the landscape, each a bastion of Roman authority, providing shelter and protection for the legionnaires stationed in these remote outposts. Among them, the fort of Housesteads emerges as a strategic stronghold, where the clamour of soldiers mingles with the cries of livestock, and whispers of threat linger in the air. But life along Hadrian's Wall is not merely defined by military might. It is a tapestry woven with the threads of trade, culture, and diplomacy. The wall becomes a crossroads where Roman and indigenous cultures meet, exchange, and sometimes clash. The Romans bring with them their sophisticated way of life, architecture, governance, and commerce. Yet, in the shadow of the wall, the local tribes resist the encroachment of foreign influence, fiercely guarding their traditions, their lands, and their identities. In the bustling town of Corbridge, a hub of commerce, traders, and soldiers intermingle. Here, the aroma of freshly baked bread wafts through the air, mingling with the scent of spices brought in from distant lands. Roman coins exchange hands, and stories of bravery and valor are shared over cups of wine. The wall, while a mechanism of control, also fosters connection, an unexpected bridge between two worlds. Yet beneath this veneer of cooperation lies a simmering tension. The tribes beyond the wall grow restless, their pride stung by the presence of foreign legions. They gather in secret, plotting their resistance against Rome's iron grip. Among them, the fierce Pictish warriors prepare for battle, driven by a deep-seated desire to reclaim their ancestral lands. They are not merely fighting for territory, they are fighting for their history, their identity, their very way of life. As we delve deeper into this world, we find ourselves at the heart of a pivotal moment in history, a moment that would define the fate of the region and the very future of the Roman Empire. The year is 142 AD, and the tension reaches a breaking point. A formidable chieftain, known for his cunning and bravery, rallies his forces, uniting the tribes in a bid to challenge the might of Rome. The air is thick with anticipation as the sun casts long shadows over Hadrian's Wall, a silent witness to the impending storm. On the eve of battle, the Roman soldiers, clad in their distinctive armor, stand ready. Their faces are set with grim determination, for they know the stakes are high. This is not just a fight for land, it is a fight for survival. The sound of clashing swords, the thud of shields, and the war cries of men fill the air as the two forces collide in a cacophony of chaos. The battle rages on, the earth beneath their feet trembling with the weight of their struggle. As the dust settles and the echoes of war fade into the distance, it is clear that this confrontation will leave a mark on both sides. The Romans, despite their training and organization, face the ferocity of the tribes. They fight with a tenacity that surprises even the seasoned legionnaires, revealing a spirit that cannot be easily extinguished. The Picts, emboldened by their unity, drive the Romans back, reclaiming territories and sending a stark message: they will not be subjugated. Yet the Romans are not easily defeated. They regroup, adapt, and fortify their positions along the wall. The conflict becomes a protracted struggle, a series of skirmishes and confrontations that stretch for years. Each battle fought on this frontier is not just a clash of swords, it is a contest of wills, of cultures, and of identities. The wall, once a symbol of Roman supremacy, transforms into a battleground of dreams and aspirations, where the very essence of two worlds collides. As time marches on, Hadrian's Wall remains a constant presence, a reminder of the challenges faced at the frontier. It stands not just as a physical barrier, but as a symbol of the complexities of human existence. The stories of those who fought, lived, and died in its shadow resonate through the ages, weaving a narrative that transcends time. The wall becomes a canvas upon which the histories of two peoples are painted, a testament to resilience, courage, and the unyielding spirit of humanity. We fast forward through the centuries, witnessing the ebb and flow of power, the rise and fall of empires, and the gradual erosion of the wall's significance. Yet it endures, a haunting relic of a bygone era, drawing visitors and historians alike to its storied grounds. Each stone tells a tale, each ruin holds a memory, and as we walk along its ancient pathways, we are reminded of the battles fought not just at the frontier of an empire, but at the frontiers of the human spirit. In the end, Hadrian's Wall stands as a powerful emblem of the struggle between cultures, the clash of identities, and the enduring quest for belonging. It invites us to reflect on our own frontiers, both physical and metaphorical, those boundaries that define us but also challenge us to reach across and connect with others. The battles fought at this ancient wall may have faded into history, but their lessons remain ever relevant, resonating within us all, urging us to seek understanding in a world that grows ever more complex. So as we gaze upon the weathered stones of Hadrian's Wall, let us remember the stories of those who walked these lands before us, who fought for their beliefs, their homes, and their futures. Their legacy lives on, etched in the very fabric of this remarkable monument, a reminder that the true battle often lies not in the clash of swords, but in the courage to embrace our shared humanity. In the misty embrace of Scotland's ancient landscapes, nestled among rolling hills and rugged coastlines, lies a tale steeped in mystery and carved in stone. The Pictish stones, remnants of a civilization that flourished over a millennium ago, whisper secrets of a bygone era, their intricate symbols beckoning us to unravel the stories they hold. Imagine, if you will, a time long before the written word became the vessel of history. The Picts, a people shrouded in enigma, roamed the lands of what is now Scotland. Their very name, derived from the Latin Picti, meaning the painted ones, hints at their distinctive identity. The Picts adorned their bodies with vibrant colours and symbols, but it is the stones they left behind that continue to intrigue and inspire. As we journey through time, we find ourselves in a world where the Picts thrived from around the 3rd to the 9th century. Their society, rich in culture and spirituality, was connected to the land they inhabited. They built fortresses on hilltops, crafted intricate jewelry, and, most importantly, left behind a legacy of carved stones, each a canvas of symbols that tell stories of their beliefs, their lives, and their connection to the divine. These stones, often standing tall and proud against the backdrop of the Scottish landscape, are not mere artifacts. They are windows into the soul of a people. Each stone, each carving, is imbued with meaning, a language of symbols that transcends time. But what do these symbols mean? What stories do they weave into the fabric of history? The Pictish symbols are a tapestry of shapes and forms, some familiar and some bewildering. Among them, the serpent, the double spiral, and the crescent moon intertwine, a dance of imagery that invites interpretation. The symbol of the beast, often depicted as a stylized creature, perhaps signifies a connection to the natural world, a reverence for the wildlife that roamed their lands. The crescent and V-rod, a recurring motif, evokes thoughts of the lunar cycles and the rhythms of life, hinting at a deep understanding of celestial patterns. As we explore these stones, we must consider the context in which they were created. Standing stones were often placed in significant locations, near burial sites, in front of ancient forts, or alongside sacred paths. Imagine a Pictish community gathering around these stones, their voices rising in chant, their rituals intertwining with the very earth beneath their feet. Each carving may have served a purpose, to mark a grave, to declare the presence of a clan, or to invoke protection from the spiritual realm. One particularly striking stone, the Aberlemno stone, stands as a testament to the artistry of the Picts. Its intricate carvings depict battle scenes, animals, and symbols that flow into one another, much like the river that winds through the landscape. The stone tells a story of conflict and triumph, of the struggles and victories that defined the Pictish experience. As we trace the lines of the carvings with our imagination, we can almost hear the clash of swords, feel the pulse of life in the air. But perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Pictish stones is the mystery that surrounds them. Scholars have debated the meanings of the symbols for centuries, yet many questions remain unanswered. Why did the Picts choose to carve symbols instead of writing their stories in text? What language do these symbols speak? The silence of the stones invites us to ponder and reflect, to let our imaginations soar. As we delve deeper, we discover that the Pictish stones serve not only as monuments of the past, but also as symbols of cultural identity. Each carving is a thread woven into the tapestry of Scottish heritage. They remind us that identity is not static, it evolves, just as the landscapes do. The Picts, despite their eventual assimilation into the Gaelic kingdoms, left an indelible mark on the cultural landscape of Scotland. Their symbols, once a reflection of their beliefs, continue to inspire artists, historians, and dreamers who seek to understand their legacy. In the 19th century, a revival of interest in the Pictish stones began to take shape. Archaeologists and scholars, fueled by curiosity, unearthed these ancient monuments from the earth's embrace. As their stories re-emerged, so too did the recognition of the Picts as a people deserving of celebration. The stones became symbols of pride, a testament to a rich and diverse history that had long been overshadowed. Yet, as we celebrate the Pictish heritage, we must also reflect on the fragility of history. The stones, weathered by time and the elements, stand as a reminder of the impermanence of human endeavors. Each carving, once vibrant and alive, faces the slow erosion of time. We are called to honor these stones, to protect their narratives, and to ensure that the Picts are remembered not just as a fleeting shadow in history, but as a vibrant and essential part of Scotland's story. As we wander the landscapes where these stones stand sentinel, we feel a deep connection to the past. The air is thick with the spirits of those who walked before us, their lives intertwined with the stones that bear witness to their existence. We can almost hear their laughter and their sorrow, their hopes and dreams echoing through the ages. In the heart of Scotland, the Pictish stones stand as guardians of a forgotten world. They invite us to pause, to reflect, and to listen. In their silence, they hold a wealth of knowledge, wisdom, and artistry. As we gaze upon these ancient symbols, we are reminded of our shared humanity, of the stories that bind us across time and space. The Picts may have vanished from the annals of history, but their legacy endures, carved in stone, waiting to be discovered and celebrated. So, as we close this chapter on the Pictish stones, let us carry their stories with us. Let us honor the artistry, the spirituality, and the connection to the land that they represent. In doing so, we keep alive the spirit of the Picts, a spirit that dances through the stones, forever etched in the heart of Scotland. In the heart of our world, where the whispers of nature intertwine with the echoes of ancient wisdom, lies a profound language, the language of symbols. It speaks not in words, but in shapes, patterns, and the living forms of creatures that roam our planet. Welcome to our exploration of animals and spirals, the language of symbols, where we embark on a journey through the timeless connection between the animal kingdom and the intricate patterns of life itself. Imagine walking through a dense forest where sunlight filters through the emerald canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The air is alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of creatures hidden from view. Here, symbols abound, etched in the bark of trees, woven into the very fabric of existence. The spiral, a shape that has captivated humanity for millennia, emerges as a central motif in this sacred language. Spirals are not merely shapes. They are the very essence of growth and transformation. They appear in nature at every turn, from the delicate unfurling of a fern frond to the grand arm of the Milky Way spiraling its way through the cosmos. But what does this shape signify? What stories do these spirals tell us about the animals that inhabit our world? Let us first turn our gaze to the humble snail, a creature whose home is a perfect spiral. The snail carries its sanctuary upon its back, a symbol of protection and introspection. As it glides slowly over the ground, it reminds us of the importance of our inner journeys. In many cultures, the snail is revered for its ability to withdraw into its shell, a metaphor for self-reflection and the exploration of one's inner world. The spiral of the snail's shell is a reminder that sometimes, to grow, we must first retreat within ourselves. As we delve deeper into the spiral's significance, we encounter the graceful nautilus, a creature that has roamed the oceans for millions of years. Its shell, a stunning logarithmic spiral, not only showcases nature's artistry, but also serves a practical purpose. The nautilus uses gas-filled chambers within its shell to navigate the depths of the ocean. Here, in this exquisite form, we find a symbol of balance and adaptability. The nautilus teaches us that life is a journey of constant change, each chamber representing a new stage of growth, a new lesson learned. The spiral also finds its way into the vibrant patterns of the peacock's feathers. In the iridescent eyes that adorn its tail, we see the beauty of life's complexity. Each feather spirals outwards, creating an intricate dance of color and light. The peacock, with its extravagant display, is a symbol of self-expression and the celebration of individuality. It reminds us that, like the spiral, we too are multifaceted beings, each layer adding depth to our existence. In the animal kingdom, the peacock teaches us to embrace our uniqueness and to express our true selves without fear. As we continue our exploration, we encounter the dolphin, a creature revered for its intelligence and playfulness. Dolphins are often seen swimming in circular patterns, creating spirals in the water that shimmer like liquid silver under the sun. Their playful nature is a reminder of the joy of living, of embracing the present moment. The spiral becomes a symbol of connection, not only between the dolphin and its pod, but also between all living beings. In the wild, dolphins communicate through a complex language of clicks and whistles, a reminder that even in silence there is a dialogue of connection that transcends words. But the spiral is not confined to the ocean or the skies. It also permeates the earth beneath our feet. The intricate tunnels of ants, the spiraling patterns of tree roots, and the winding paths of snakes all echo this profound shape. Each of these creatures embodies the wisdom of the spiral, teaching us about community, resilience, and the interconnectedness of life. The humble ant, for instance, works tirelessly within its colony, creating a network that supports the whole. Its spiraling tunnels symbolize the strength found in unity and collaboration, reminding us that we are stronger together. As we reflect on these animals, we cannot ignore the symbolism found in the great spirals of the cosmos. The spiral galaxy, with its arms reaching out into the void, mirrors the journey of life itself, ever expanding, ever evolving. The stars that twinkle above us are a reminder of our own connection to the universe. Just as the spiral represents growth and evolution, so too does it illustrate the journey of our own souls. Each twist and turn in our lives is a reflection of the greater spiral of existence, where every experience, every lesson learned contributes to our unfolding story. In the tapestry of life, the spiral is a motif that transcends boundaries. It appears in the sacred art of many cultures, from the intricate carvings of ancient civilizations to the mandalas of Eastern spirituality. The spiral represents the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, a reminder that endings are merely new beginnings. The animals we have encountered serve as symbols of this cycle, each embodying a unique aspect of the spiral's wisdom. As we draw our journey to a close, let us take a moment to reflect on the lessons the animal kingdom and the spiral impart to us. We are reminded to embrace our inner journeys, to celebrate our individuality, and to recognize our interconnectedness with all living beings. The whispers of the snail, the grace of the nautilus, the vibrancy of the peacock, and the playfulness of the dolphin all converge in the spirals of life, urging us to honor the beauty of our existence. In the end, the language of symbols speaks to us in profound ways. It invites us to look beyond the surface, to seek the deeper meanings that lie within the spirals of our lives. As we navigate the complexities of our own journeys, let us remember that we are part of an intricate web of life, a grand spiral that connects us all. So, as you walk through the world, pay attention to the patterns around you. Whether in the form of animals or the spirals in nature, there are stories waiting to be uncovered, lessons waiting to be learned. The language of symbols is alive, and it beckons you to listen. In the misty realms of ancient Scotland, a land of rugged mountains and swirling lochs, there existed a confederation of tribes known as the Picts. Their story, woven into the very fabric of Celtic history, is one of resilience, mystery, and a profound connection to the wild earth around them. Today, we journey back through the ages to explore the rise and fall of the Pictish Confederation, a tale that echoes through the annals of time. Imagine a time before the grand castles and fortified cities, when communities were built around the sacred rhythms of nature. The Picts inhabited the northern reaches of Britain, a land that was both beautiful and unforgiving. Their name, believed to be derived from the Latin Picti, meaning the painted ones, evokes images of fierce warriors adorned with vivid tattoos and war paint. These people, who thrived in the shadows of history, left behind enigmatic symbols carved into stone, whispering secrets of a culture rich in art and spiritual depth. The Picts were not a single unified nation, but rather a confederation of tribes, each with its own chief, traditions, and beliefs. They roamed across the landscape, from the rolling hills of Fife to the windswept shores of Caithness. Each tribe, distinct yet intertwined, formed a tapestry of alliances and rivalries, their fates linked by blood and shared territory. It was within this intricate web that their story began to unfold. In the early centuries of the first millennium, the Picts found themselves at a crossroads. The encroaching influence of the Roman Empire loomed large to the south, casting a shadow over their existence. The Romans, with their legions, roads, and shiny armor, represented a way of life that was both alluring and terrifying. Yet the Picts, fierce and proud, stood resolute against the tide of invasion. They were masters of guerrilla warfare, using their intimate knowledge of the rugged terrain to outmaneuver their foes. In the face of adversity, they emerged as warriors of unmatched tenacity. As the Romans withdrew from Britain, a power vacuum was left in their wake. This was a time of opportunity for the Picts. They began to consolidate their power, forming alliances that would shape the destiny of their people. The Confederation was not merely a military alliance, it was a cultural renaissance. The Picts began to develop a distinctly Pictish identity, one that celebrated their unique heritage and traditions. They were a people steeped in mythology, their lives intertwined with tales of gods and heroes. The Pictish symbols, carved into stone, reveal glimpses of their beliefs and societal structure. Each symbol, whether it be a serpent, a crescent moon, or a double disc, holds significance that eludes modern understanding. These carvings, often found in burial sites or standing stones, served as markers of identity and status. They were not just art, they were the very essence of Pictish spirituality, embodying the connection between the living and the ancestors who had walked the land before them. As the Picts thrived, so too did their conflicts. The Confederation, while strong, was not without its internal strife. Rivalries between tribes often flared into violence as leaders vied for dominance. Yet, it was in these struggles that the Picts showcased their resilience. They learned to adapt, to unite against common foes, and to embrace the complexity of their tribal relationships. Through alliances and warfare, they navigated the turbulent waters of power, forging a confederation that would leave its mark on history. The relationship between the Picts and their neighbours, particularly the Scots from Ireland, was both adversarial and symbiotic. As the Scots began to push into Pictish territory, the Picts faced a new threat. The Scots, led by figures like Kenneth MacAlpin, sought to unify the tribes of Scotland under a single crown. The Picts, once the dominant force in the region, found themselves challenged in ways they had never anticipated. The wheels of history turned inexorably, and the year 843 AD marked a pivotal moment. Kenneth MacAlpin, having united the Scots and Picts, ascended to the throne, heralding the beginning of a new era. The Pictish Confederation, once a powerful coalition of tribes, began to dissolve into the emerging Kingdom of Scotland. Yet, the legacy of the Picts endures. In the centuries that followed, the distinct identity of the Picts gradually faded, absorbed into the larger narrative of Scottish history. The symbols that once told their stories became mysterious relics, their meanings lost to time. Yet, the influence of the Picts can still be felt today. The very landscape they inhabited carries traces of their existence, from the stone circles that dot the hills to the legends that linger in local folklore. The Picts were more than warriors. They were artists, storytellers, and guardians of a rich spiritual heritage. Their craftsmanship, evident in the intricately carved stones that have survived the ravages of time, speaks to a culture that valued beauty and meaning. The Pictish stones, with their swirling designs and cryptic symbols, invite us to ponder the lives of those who came before us, sparking curiosity and wonder in the hearts of archaeologists and historians alike. As we reflect on the story of the Pictish Confederation, we are reminded of the enduring human spirit. In their triumphs and tribulations, the Picts exemplified the resilience of a people deeply connected to their land and their history. Their story, though often shrouded in mystery, is a testament to the complexity of identity and the power of unity in the face of adversity. In closing, let us not forget the echoes of the Picts that resonate through Scotland today. Their legacy is woven into the rich tapestry of Scottish history, a reminder of the strength found in diversity and the beauty of stories that transcend time. As we walk through the hills and valleys that they once roamed, we honor their memory, carrying forward the spirit of the Painted Ones, the Picts, whose story is far from forgotten. In the heart of history, where the echoes of power still resonate, lies a chapter that often remains in the shadows, waiting to be unveiled. This is the story of women who shaped civilizations, not merely as silent spectators, but as formidable queens, nurturing mothers, and architects of power. Welcome to our journey through the role of women, queens, mothers, and power. Imagine a time when the world was a tapestry woven with the threads of ambition, courage, and fortitude. Among the vibrant colors of tradition and change, women stood at the helm, guiding the destinies of nations with their wisdom and strength. They were not just figures in the background, they were the heartbeats of empires. Take, for instance, the ancient kingdom of Egypt, where the Nile cradled life and the sun worshipped the divine. Here, women like Cleopatra VII emerged, embodying the duality of allure and intellect. Cleopatra was more than just a queen. She was a strategist, a diplomat, and a lover of knowledge. Fluent in several languages and well-versed in mathematics and astronomy, she captivated the minds of her contemporaries. Her reign was marked not just by romance with powerful figures like Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, but by her relentless pursuit of autonomy for Egypt in a world dominated by Rome. Cleopatra's legacy whispers to us through the ages, reminding us that power can be wielded with both grace and tenacity. Yet the influence of women extended far beyond the borders of Egypt. In the vast steppes of Mongolia, we encounter the legendary figure of Khatun, the wife of Genghis Khan. While history often paints Genghis as a ruthless conqueror, it is his wife who played an integral role in the Mongol Empire's expansion. Khatun, alongside her husband, helped to unite the fractured tribes of Mongolia, showcasing the power of partnership. She was not merely a queen standing beside a king. She was a queen who ruled alongside him, wielding influence that shaped the very fabric of the empire. Women like Khatun remind us that the power of governance often lies in collaboration and mutual respect. As we traverse the globe, we arrive in the lush landscapes of West Africa, where the kingdom of Dahomey flourished. Here, women were not relegated to the confines of domesticity but were warriors, leaders, and queens. The fierce Amazon warriors of Dahomey, led by Queen Hangbi, defied societal norms and redefined femininity. These women fought fiercely on the battlefield, defending their kingdom with unparalleled bravery. Queen Hangbi, in particular, was a beacon of resilience, navigating the complexities of leadership in a male-dominated world. Her story is a testament to the strength that women have always possessed, the kind that can topple armies and inspire nations. As we reflect on the past, we must also turn our gaze towards the maternal figures who, though often unsung, played crucial roles in shaping future leaders. The influence of mothers transcends time and culture as they impart not only values, but also the very essence of power. Take the story of Empress Dowager Cixi of China, a woman who wielded immense political influence in a patriarchal society. Rising from humble beginnings, she became a formidable force in the Qing dynasty, effectively controlling the empire through her son, the Tongzhai Emperor. Cixi's reign was marked by a blend of traditional values and modernization, as she navigated the treacherous waters of court politics, foreign invasions, and reform movements. Her story reminds us that power can often be exercised from behind the scenes, and that the maternal bond can be a source of profound strength. In the 20th century, the narrative of women in power took on new dimensions. Figures like Eleanor Roosevelt emerged, redefining the role of the First Lady. She transformed the position into a platform for advocacy, using her voice to champion human rights and social justice. Eleanor's journey from a shy, uncertain young woman to a powerful diplomat and activist is an inspiring tale of personal growth and resilience. Her legacy encourages us to recognize that power is not solely defined by position, but also by the impact one has on the world. Meanwhile, across the ocean in India, women like Indira Gandhi rose to prominence, wielding political power in a rapidly changing nation. As the first and only female Prime Minister of India, Gandhi navigated the complexities of a young democracy, often facing fierce opposition. Her tenure was marked by bold decisions that reshaped the country, from nationalization of banks to the controversial declaration of a state of emergency. Indira's story is one of determination, showcasing that the pursuit of power can be fraught with challenges, yet ultimately rewarding for those who dare to dream. As we delve deeper into the role of women throughout history, we must also acknowledge the countless unsung heroines whose contributions have been largely overlooked. From the women who organized and mobilized during the suffrage movements to those who stood up against oppressive regimes, their stories are woven into the very fabric of our collective history. Each woman, in her own right, played a part in the grand narrative of power and influence, even when history sought to silence their voices. Today, we stand on the shoulders of these giants, recognizing that the role of women in shaping society is not confined to the past, but continues to evolve. The world is witnessing a renaissance of female leadership as women across the globe rise to positions of power in politics, business, and activism. Figures like Kamala Harris and Jacinda Ardern have shown us that leadership can be compassionate, inclusive, and transformative. Their journeys remind us that the fight for equality and representation is ongoing, and that the lessons of the past must inform our present and future. In this tapestry of history, the roles of queens, mothers, and powerful women intertwine, creating a narrative rich with complexity and depth. Each story is a thread, contributing to the intricate design of our shared human experience. As we celebrate the contributions of women throughout the ages, let us honor their legacies by continuing to advocate for gender equality and empowerment. For in recognizing the power of women, we embrace the potential of humanity itself. As we close this chapter, may we carry forward the stories of queens, mothers, and women of power, ensuring that their voices are never forgotten. Let us remember that every woman who dares to dream, to lead, and to challenge the status quo is a part of this enduring legacy, one that shapes our world today and for generations to come. In the heart of ancient Europe, long before the rise of Christianity and the spread of its doctrines, a profound and mysterious belief system flourished, woven intricately into the tapestry of life. This was the age of the Druids, the enigmatic priests of Celtic culture whose shadows linger still in the whispers of the trees and the murmurs of the rivers. Join us as we journey back in time, exploring the rich and vibrant world of the Druids and their religion, a world that thrived in harmony with nature and celebrated the divine in all its forms. Imagine a landscape adorned with sacred groves where towering oaks stood guard over the secrets of the earth. The air is thick with the scent of moss and wildflowers, and the sunlight filters through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. Here, in these hallowed woods, the Druids gathered, their presence both commanding and serene, as they sought to understand the mysteries of life, death, and the cosmos. The Druids were not merely priests. They were scholars, philosophers, and healers. Their knowledge was vast, spanning astronomy, medicine, and law. They believed that the natural world was imbued with spiritual significance, and that every stone, tree, and stream was a manifestation of divine energy. This reverence for nature shaped their rituals and practices, which celebrated the cycles of the seasons and the interconnectedness of all living things. As the sun rose on the solstice, the Druids gathered at sacred sites, their hearts beating in time with the rhythms of the earth. They performed elaborate ceremonies invoking the deities of the land, calling upon the forces of nature to bless the harvests and protect their communities. These rituals were not mere superstition. They were an expression of deep spiritual insight, a way to align themselves with the universe. Among the many deities they revered was the Great Mother, a goddess of fertility and abundance, whose spirit was believed to dwell in the very soil. She was the source of life, nurturing crops and livestock, and her blessings were sought to ensure a bountiful harvest. The Druids understood the delicate balance of nature, and they honored the cycles of birth, growth, death, and rebirth, recognizing that every ending was but a new beginning. As we delve deeper into the lives of the Druids, we encounter the sacred art of divination, a practice that captivated their imaginations and guided their decisions. They believed that the future was not set in stone, but could be influenced by the choices made in the present. Through the study of omens, whether it be the flight of birds, the patterns of clouds, or the arrangement of stones, they sought to glean insights into the future. This connection to the unseen world offered guidance, a way to navigate the complexities of life with wisdom and foresight. But the Druids were also deeply attuned to the elements, and their spirituality was inextricably linked to the changing seasons. The Wheel of the Year, marked by 8 festivals, became a cornerstone of their belief system. Each festival celebrated a different aspect of life and nature, from the warmth of spring to the darkness of winter. Samhain, a festival marking the end of the harvest, was a time of reflection and remembrance when the veil between the worlds was thought to be thinnest, allowing communication with ancestors and spirits. As the Druids thrived, their influence extended far beyond the confines of their sacred groves. They served as mediators in disputes, healers in times of illness, and keepers of knowledge in a world where oral traditions were paramount. Their wisdom was sought by kings and chieftains, and their counsel was highly regarded. The Druids' role in society was multifaceted, their presence a stabilizing force in a world that was often tumultuous. Yet, as the sun set on the Druidic age, sweeping changes began to unfold. The arrival of the Romans, with their own pantheon of gods and rigid structures, heralded a new chapter. The Druids, who had thrived for centuries in their communion with nature, found themselves at a crossroads. The clash of cultures was inevitable, and the once sacred groves became battlegrounds for ideological supremacy. The Romans, with their insatiable thirst for conquest, sought to eradicate the Druidic practices that they viewed as barbaric. They imposed their own beliefs, constructing temples dedicated to their gods, while systematically dismantling the ancient sites revered by the Druids. This eradication was not just physical, it was spiritual, as the very essence of Druidic belief began to fade into the shadows of history. The Druids, however, were not easily extinguished. Even as their public practices were suppressed, their teachings found refuge in the hearts and minds of the people. The reverence for nature, the cycles of the seasons, and the wisdom of the ancestors persisted in hushed tones, passed down through generations. The shadows of the Druids lingered, resilient and undying as the age of Christianity began to take root. With the rise of Christianity, the old gods were demonized, their temples repurposed as churches, and their sacred sites transformed into places of new worship. Yet, the echoes of Druidic beliefs persisted, quietly influencing the new faith. The emphasis on community, the veneration of nature, and the celebration of festivals aligned with the rhythms of the earth found their way into Christian traditions, creating a fusion of old and new. Today, we can still feel the reverberations of the Druidic spirit in modern pagan practices and in the growing interest in nature spirituality. The respect for the natural world, the acknowledgement of life cycles, and the quest for inner wisdom continue to resonate with those seeking a deeper connection to the earth. As we reflect on the legacy of the Druids, we are reminded that their story is not merely a chapter in the annals of history, but a timeless narrative that speaks to the human experience. In their reverence for nature and their quest for understanding, we find echoes of our own search for meaning in a rapidly changing world. So, as the sun dips below the horizon and the stars begin to twinkle in the vast expanse of the night sky, let us honor the Druids and the shadow they cast upon our history. Their wisdom, their connection to the earth, and their understanding of the divine remind us that we are, and always will be, a part of this beautiful, intricate dance of life. The shadows of the Druids may have faded, but their spirit endures, a testament to the enduring quest for truth, wisdom, and connection in a world that often feels fragmented and lost. In the heart of the frigid north, where the biting winds howl like restless spirits and the earth is blanketed in a thick layer of snow, there exists a world shaped by fierce battles and unwavering resilience. This is the realm of the warriors of the north, a land steeped in tradition, where survival hinges upon strength, strategy, and a deep-rooted connection to the land itself. As dawn breaks over the horizon, casting a pale light that dances upon the icy landscape, we find ourselves amidst these formidable warriors. With their breath visible in the cold air, they awaken to the call of their ancestors, a reminder of the legacy they carry. Each warrior is a testament to the fierce spirit of their lineage, bound by honor and the unyielding spirit of the North. These warriors, often clad in furs and leathers, possess a unique arsenal of weapons that reflect the harsh environment they inhabit. Each tool of war is crafted with precision, not merely as instruments of death, but as extensions of their very selves. The sword, forged from the finest steel, gleams like the northern lights, its blade a reflection of the warrior's indomitable spirit. The axe, a favored companion, is a symbol of both craftsmanship and practicality, its sharp edge capable of felling trees, yet equally proficient in the dance of battle. Imagine the scene. A group of warriors gather around a crackling fire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. They share tales of bravery, of battles fought in the icy tundra, and the victories that echo through the generations. Each story is a lesson, a reminder that the strength of a warrior is not solely measured by the weapons they wield, but by the bonds they forge with their comrades. In these moments, the warriors of the North are not just fighters, they are a family, united by purpose and a shared destiny. The tactics employed by these warriors are as diverse as the landscape itself. In the vast expanse of the snowy plains, they have mastered the art of ambush, utilizing the element of surprise to their advantage. Stealth becomes their ally as they blend into the white canvas of winter, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With the agility of wolves, they move with silent precision, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of the wild. But the North is not merely a land of battle. It is a place where the cycle of life and death intertwines with the seasons. As autumn fades and winter descends, the warriors adapt, embracing the challenges that come with the frozen months. Their hunting tactics evolve, honing their skills to stalk not just their enemies, but also the creatures that roam the land. They learn to read the signs left behind by their prey, the tracks in the snow, the broken branches, transforming them into skilled hunters, as deadly as they are resourceful. As the warriors train, their weapons become an extension of their bodies. They practice relentlessly, honing their skills in the art of combat. The clang of metal against metal echoes through the valleys, a symphony of strength and determination. They engage in mock battles, their laughter mingling with the sound of steel, each clash a reminder of the camaraderie that binds them. Every swing of the sword, every thrust of the spear is a testament to their dedication, a chance to honor those who came before them and prepare for the battles yet to come. The bond between a warrior and their weapon is sacred. Each blade tells a story, forged in the fires of their ancestors. There are swords passed down through generations, each nick and scratch a reminder of the battles fought and the lives lost. These weapons are not merely tools, they are symbols of heritage, carrying the weight of history and the hopes of those who wield them. In the heat of battle, the warriors of the North become a force to be reckoned with. They employ strategies that reflect the very nature of their environment. In the thick of the forest, they utilize the terrain to their advantage. The trees, towering sentinels of the North, become both shields and weapons. They maneuver through the underbrush with the grace of a deer, striking unexpectedly, disappearing just as swiftly. The battlefield transforms into a tapestry of cunning and strategy, where each warrior plays a vital role in the grand design of victory. But it is not just brute strength that defines them. It is also their intellect. The warriors of the North are astute tacticians, understanding that knowledge is as powerful as the weapons they wield. They study their enemies, learning their patterns and weaknesses. This foresight allows them to anticipate movements, to counter with precision. In the heat of conflict, it is often the mind, not just the sword, that decides the fate of battles. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the snow-covered landscape, the warriors gather once more. Their fires crackle and pop, a comforting sound amidst the chill of night. They share stories of victories, but also of losses, for every warrior knows that to fight is to risk everything. It is in these moments of reflection that they find strength, drawing inspiration from the memories of those who fought alongside them. The North is unforgiving, yet it has shaped them into something extraordinary. It has taught them resilience, the ability to endure and rise again after every fall. The harsh winters have forged their spirits, much like the ice that surrounds them. They understand that to be a warrior of the North is to embrace the duality of existence, the beauty of life intertwined with the inevitability of death. As night blankets the land, the warriors look to the stars, shimmering like distant fires. In those celestial bodies they see the faces of their ancestors, guardians watching over them. They feel a sense of purpose swell within their hearts, a determination to carry forward the legacy of their kind. The warriors of the North are not merely fighters, they are the embodiment of a culture, a testament to the unyielding spirit of survival. In the end, the story of the warriors of the North is not just one of battle and weaponry. It is a story of humanity, of connection to the land, to each other, and to the past. As the frost settles in, they remind us that even in the coldest of winters, there lies warmth in the bonds we forge and the stories we share. For in every clash of steel, every strategy devised, and every heart that beats in rhythm with the North, there is a legacy that transcends time, a legacy of warriors forever etched in the annals of history. In the misty corners of history, where the legends of ancient peoples weave through the fabric of time, there exists a tale of formidable warriors, intricate cultures, and the relentless power of the sea. Welcome to our exploration of the Picts and the Northern Isles, a story steeped in mystery and marred by the relentless tides of change. Imagine, if you will, the rugged coastline of ancient Scotland, where rocky cliffs plunge into the churning waters of the North Sea. Here, amidst the bracing winds and the cries of seabirds, the Picts carved their existence. They were not merely a people, they were a culture of fierce resilience and profound artistry. Known for their striking tattoos and enigmatic symbols, the Picts left an indelible mark on the landscape of history, one that continues to captivate the imagination of scholars and storytellers alike. The Picts emerged in the wake of Roman expansion across Britain, flourishing in a land untouched by the might of the empire. While the Romans built their roads and fortifications, the Picts thrived in their wild, untamed territories, developing a society that was as complex as it was vibrant. They forged a connection with the land and the sea, drawing sustenance and inspiration from the natural world around them. But who were these enigmatic people? The word Pict itself is believed to stem from the Latin picti, meaning the painted ones, a nod to their practice of adorning their bodies with intricate tattoos, marks of identity, bravery, and artistry. They communicated through symbols carved in stone, a language of their own that left us tantalizing clues to their beliefs and stories. Yet much about them remains shrouded in mystery, a puzzle waiting to be solved by the curious. As we sail further into their world, we encounter the Northern Isles, a breathtaking archipelago that cradles the very essence of the Pictish spirit. Orkney and Shetland, the most prominent of these islands, stand as sentinels in the North Sea, their rugged beauty a testament to the forces of nature. Here the Picts thrived, leaving behind monumental stone structures that whisper tales of their lives. In Orkney, the Ring of Brodgar and the standing stones of Stennis rise majestically from the earth, echoing the reverberations of rituals and gatherings long past. These ancient stones, aligned with celestial bodies, evoke a sense of wonder, inviting us to ponder the beliefs and practices of the Picts. What ceremonies took place under the watchful gaze of the stars? What stories were shared around flickering fires, illuminating the night with the light of community and kinship? Shetland, too, holds secrets of its own. The island's dramatic cliffs and lush valleys were home to thriving Pictish communities. Here, we find evidence of their agricultural practices and fishing techniques, reflecting a deep understanding of the land and sea. The Picts were not just warriors. They were farmers, fishermen, and artisans, weaving their lives into the very fabric of their surroundings. But the Picts were also shaped by the world beyond their shores. Trade routes flourished, connecting them with distant lands and cultures. The Northern Isles became a crossroads of ideas and goods, a melting pot where influences converged. The Picts interacted with the Norsemen, the Romans, and other tribes, creating a dynamic tapestry of exchange. This mingling of cultures is evident in their artifacts, intricately carved stones, pottery, and metalwork that showcase a blend of styles and techniques. However, this vibrant existence was not without its challenges. The tides of change were relentless, and the arrival of external forces began to shape the fate of the Picts. The Norse, fierce seafarers and conquerors from the north, set their sights on the rich lands of the Picts. With their longships slicing through the waves, they brought both opportunity and conflict, forever altering the landscape of power and culture. As we delve deeper into this complex interaction, we see the Picts and the Norse engaged in a dance of conquest and resistance. The Norsemen sought to dominate the Northern Isles, establishing settlements and imposing their own traditions. Yet the Picts, with their fierce spirit, were not easily subdued. They fought to protect their lands, their culture, and their very identity. Amidst this tumultuous backdrop, tales of heroism and valor emerged. Stories of Pictish warriors, clad in the colors of their clan, standing defiantly against the invading Norsemen, resonate through the ages. Battles were fought not just for land, but for the very soul of a people. The sea, both a barrier and a bridge, became the stage for these epic encounters, where destiny was forged in the clash of swords and the roar of waves. As the centuries unfurled, the Pictish identity evolved. The arrival of Christianity and the gradual integration of Norse culture marked a turning point in their history. The once purely Pictish symbols began to meld with Christian iconography, creating a unique fusion that spoke to the resilience of their spirit. We see this reflected in the stone carvings of the period, where crosses and Pictish beasts intertwine, embodying the synthesis of two worlds. Yet, as the Norse influence solidified, the distinct identity of the Picts began to fade into the annals of history. By the 10th century, the once mighty Pictish kingdom was absorbed into the growing kingdom of Scotland, their legacy becoming a thread woven into the broader tapestry of Scottish identity. Today, the echoes of the Picts still resonate in the Northern Isles. Their stones stand watch over the land, silent witnesses to the passage of time. The stories of their warriors, their artistry, and their struggles are carried forth by the voices of historians, archaeologists, and storytellers, ensuring that their legacy endures. Visiting the Northern Isles, one can feel the spirit of the Picts lingering in the air. The rugged beauty of the landscape, the crash of the waves against the cliffs, and the whispers of the wind all conspire to remind us of a people who once roamed these shores. The Picts may have been shaped by the sea, but they were also its guardians, holding fast to their identity in the face of relentless change. As we conclude our journey through the ages, let us remember the Picts not just as a distant memory, but as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. In the face of adversity, they stood strong, crafting a legacy that continues to inspire awe and wonder. The tales of their bravery, artistry, and connection to the land and sea remind us of the importance of honoring our past. For it is in our history that we find the strength to navigate the tides of our own lives. So, as you stand upon the windswept shores of the Northern Isles, Take a moment to listen closely. The whispers of the Picts are carried upon the breeze, inviting us to remember and to reflect upon the enduring spirit of those who came before us. A spirit that transcends time and unites us all in our shared human experience. In the misty, rolling hills of ancient Scotland, a people thrived whose artistry and craftsmanship would echo through the ages. The Picts. Known for their enigmatic symbols and profound connection to the land, the Picts were more than just a tribe. They were a culture rich in art, spirituality, and innovation. Among their many treasures, it is their silverwork, brooches, and intricate metalwork that continue to captivate historians, artists, and enthusiasts alike. Imagine a time long ago where the air was thick with the scent of heather and the sound of the sea crashing against rugged cliffs filled the ears of those who ventured near. The Picts inhabited this landscape, their lives intertwined with the natural world around them. They left behind not just stories etched in stone, but also a legacy of exceptional metalwork that would tell the tales of their culture for centuries to come. The Picts were master craftsmen, and their work with silver and other metals was nothing short of magical. Every piece they created was a reflection of their environment, beliefs, and social structures. Silver, a precious metal that glimmered like the waters of the Firth of Forth, became a favoured medium for their artistry. It was not just about decoration. Each brooch, each ornament served a purpose, symbolizing status, identity, and connection to the divine. In the heart of each brooch lies a story. Picture yourself in a bustling Pictish settlement, where skilled artisans gather around a flickering hearth. The clang of metal on metal reverberates through the air as they shape silver into exquisite forms. One artisan, let's call him Ewan, is known for his ability to breathe life into the cold metal. With nimble fingers, he crafts brooches that resemble swirling vines and mythical beasts, each design inspired by the rich tapestry of nature that surrounds him. Ewan's creations are more than mere adornments. They are amulets believed to carry protective powers. The brooches were worn by both men and women, fastened to cloaks made of wool and linen, shimmering against the muted hues of their garments. As the Picts traversed their rugged landscape, these silver brooches caught the light, glimmering like the stars above, and signifying their connection to both the earth and the heavens. As the seasons changed, so did the significance of these brooches. In the spring, when the earth awoke from its slumber, brooches adorned with motifs of new life became popular. Birds in flight, blooming flowers, and intricate patterns symbolizing rebirth were crafted with meticulous care. In contrast, during the winter months, when the nights grew long and shadows danced, brooches took on darker, more mysterious forms. Snakes, wolves, and other creatures of the night adorned the garments of those who sought to ward off the chill and invoke strength during the bleakest of times. But silver was not the only canvas for the Picts' artistry. They worked with bronze, gold, and even pewter, each material offering its own unique possibilities. The Pictish metalworkers were always in pursuit of new techniques, creating pieces that pushed the boundaries of their craft. The brooches adorned with intricate filigree work and inlaid gems are a testament to their ingenuity and skill. Each twist, each curl of metal was a whisper of their creativity, a dance of craftsmanship that spoke of their deep connection to their ancestors and the stories they carried. This artistry was not confined to brooches alone. The Picts also excelled in crafting other items such as belt fittings, pins, and ceremonial objects that played a crucial role in their daily lives. These pieces were often decorated with the same motifs found in their brooches, further intertwining their identity with their craftsmanship. Imagine the pride of a warrior fastening a beautifully crafted belt fitting, adorned with symbols of strength and valor as he prepared for battle. Each piece was a declaration of who they were, a Pict, a guardian of their land and traditions. Yet, behind the beauty of these creations lay a more profound meaning. The Picts believed that every object they crafted was imbued with a spirit, a fragment of the natural world that surrounded them. The silver, the metal, was not merely a resource. It was a living entity that connected them to their ancestors and the divine. The act of creating was a sacred ritual, a communion with the earth, and an offering to the gods they revered. As we delve deeper into the world of Pictish metalwork, we find that their artistry was not just a reflection of their environment, but also of the interactions they had with neighboring tribes and cultures. The Picts were skilled traders, and their metalwork crossed borders, influencing and being influenced by the artistry of the Celts, the Romans, and other civilizations. This cultural exchange enriched their designs, introducing new motifs and techniques that would evolve their craftsmanship into something even more extraordinary. As the centuries rolled on, the Picts faced challenges that would test their spirit and resilience. The arrival of new powers and the expansion of empires brought about change, and their once flourishing culture began to wane. Yet, even in the face of adversity, the Picts continued to create, their artistry a testament to their enduring spirit. Each brooch, each piece of metalwork became a silent witness to their struggles and triumphs. Today, as we uncover the remnants of Pictish artistry in archaeological sites and museums, we are reminded that these artifacts are more than just relics of a bygone era. They are threads woven into the rich tapestry of our shared human experience. The silver glimmers not only as a precious metal, but as a symbol of a people who cherished beauty, craft, and connection. As we gaze upon these brooches and metalworks, let us remember Ewan, the artisan who poured his heart into every piece he created. Let us envision the Pictish warriors and women who wore these brooches, their identities intertwined with the artistry that adorned them. In the end, the art of the Picts is not just about silver and metal. It is a celebration of life, a connection to the past, and a reminder of the power of creativity that resides within us all. So, as we conclude our journey through the art of the Picts, let us carry with us the stories of Ewan and his kin, the beauty of their metalwork, and the enduring spirit of a culture that continues to inspire and fascinate. The echoes of their artistry linger in the hills and valleys of Scotland, a testament to the timeless human desire to create, to connect, and to leave a mark upon the world. The Picts may have faded into history, but their legacy lives on, shimmering in the light of their silver and the artistry of their hearts. In the heart of every culture lies a profound connection to the land, a bond woven through stories, rituals, and sacred landscapes. Today, we embark on a journey through the enchanting realms of hills, rivers, and ritual sites, exploring how these elements shape our spiritual experiences and resonate with the very essence of our humanity. Imagine standing on the crest of a hill, the earth beneath your feet warm and alive. The air is crisp, and a gentle breeze stirs the leaves of ancient trees, whispering secrets of ages long past. Hills have always held a special significance in human history. They are not mere geographical formations, they are the guardians of stories, the silent witnesses to the passage of time. To many cultures, hills are sacred spaces, imbued with a sense of the divine. In various traditions around the world, hills are seen as a bridge between the earthly and the celestial. In parts of Japan, for example, the revered Mount Fuji is not just a stunning natural wonder, but a sacred site where the spiritual and physical realms intertwine. Pilgrims journey from far and wide, climbing its slopes in search of enlightenment, each step infused with reverence. The ascent becomes a ritual, a physical manifestation of their spiritual quest. As we move through this landscape, let us turn our attention to the rivers. Flowing like veins through the earth, rivers are lifeblood, nurturing, sustaining, and connecting. From the mighty Nile, revered by ancient Egyptians as a source of life and spirituality, to the sacred Ganges, which embodies the cycle of life, death, and rebirth for millions of Hindus. Rivers have always held a place of honor in the hearts of people. Picture a small village nestled along the banks of a river, where the laughter of children playing blends harmoniously with the gentle rush of water. Here, every year, the community gathers to honor the river during a vibrant festival steeped in tradition. The air is filled with the aroma of incense and the sound of chanting as offerings are made to the flowing waters. This rite not only strengthens the villagers' bond with the river, but also deepens their connection with each other, reminding them of the delicate balance between nature and humanity. As we delve deeper into these sacred landscapes, we encounter ritual sites, places imbued with profound meaning and historical significance. These sites, whether ancient stone circles, temples, or altars, serve as focal points for ceremonies that celebrate life's pivotal moments. They are spaces where the boundary between the mundane and the sacred blurs, inviting us to participate in something greater than ourselves. Take, for example, the ancient Stonehenge in England. This remarkable stone circle, shrouded in mystery, has stood for millennia, serving as a testament to human ingenuity and spiritual yearning. Though the exact purpose of Stonehenge remains a puzzle, it is widely believed to have been a site of ritual, perhaps linked to the cycles of the sun and moon. Imagine the gatherings that took place here, where ancient peoples stood in awe under the vast expanse of the sky, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythms of the cosmos. In the Americas, the sacred landscapes take on different forms, yet the reverence for nature remains constant. The Native American tribes, with their deep-rooted spiritual beliefs, view the land as a living entity, deserving of respect and protection. The sacred sites, such as the breathtaking Grand Canyon or the majestic peaks of the Rocky Mountains, are not just stunning vistas. They are places of worship, rich with ancestral stories and teachings. Here, rituals often revolve around the changing seasons and the interconnectedness of all living beings. As we traverse these hills and rivers, we begin to understand the intricate tapestry of life that unfolds in these landscapes. Rituals are not isolated acts. They are expressions of gratitude, remembrance, and hope. They bind communities together, creating a shared sense of purpose and identity. In the valleys and mountains, amidst the flowing waters, we find the threads that connect us across time and space. Let us not forget the role of these landscapes in the stories of creation. Many cultures possess myths that explain the origins of the world through the lens of their surroundings. In the Aboriginal Australian tradition, for instance, the Dreamtime speaks of ancestral beings who shaped the land, rivers, and hills. These stories are not merely tales, they are living legacies that continue to guide the people, teaching them about their place within the universe. As we delve deeper into this exploration of sacred landscapes, we recognize that they are more than physical locations. They are reservoirs of memory, emotion, and spirituality. The hills, with their silent strength, the rivers, with their ceaseless flow, and the ritual sites, with their echoes of the past, all serve as reminders of our interconnectedness. They evoke a sense of belonging to something larger, a reminder that we are but one thread in the grand tapestry of life. In our modern world, where technology often distances us from nature, the call of these sacred landscapes grows ever more urgent. People are seeking solace, understanding, and connection in a fast-paced existence that sometimes feels disjointed. In the stillness of a hilltop, the gentle lapping of river waters, or the hallowed grounds of a ritual site, we can find the peace that eludes us in our daily lives. Consider the transformative power of a simple act. Standing barefoot on the earth, feeling the cool grass beneath your toes, or dipping your hands in the flowing waters of a river. These moments of connection remind us of our roots, grounding us in a world that often feels chaotic. They invite us to pause, reflect, and engage with the rhythms of nature that have pulsed through time immemorial. As we conclude our journey through these sacred landscapes, we are left with a profound sense of wonder. Hills, rivers, and ritual sites are not relics of the past. They are living entities that continue to shape our present and guide our future. They invite us to remember, to honor, and to cherish the intricate web of life that binds us all. In the end, it is in these sacred landscapes that we find the stories of our ancestors echoing in the winds, the waters, and the earth beneath our feet. They remind us that we are all part of a larger narrative, one that celebrates the beauty, mystery, and resilience of life. As we carry these lessons forward, may we nurture our connection to the land, honoring the hills, rivers, and ritual sites that are woven into the fabric of our shared human experience. In the heart of the ancient world, during a time when the echoes of the past still shaped the present, a remarkable transformation was taking place. This was a period marked by the clash of cultures, the rise of empires, and the unquenchable thirst for knowledge and faith. It was in this tapestry of history that a fundamental shift began to unfold, one that would alter the course of human civilization forever. Today, we delve into the story of conversion to Christianity, exploring the lives of the monks and missionaries who played pivotal roles in this profound movement. As we journey back to the early centuries of the Common Era, we find ourselves in the vast expanse of the Roman Empire, a sprawling network of cities and towns. It was a melting pot of ideas, traditions, and beliefs. The empire, at its zenith, was both a cradle of civilization and a crucible of change. Yet, amidst the grandeur and the glory, there lay a yearning for something deeper, a desire for spiritual fulfillment that transcended the ordinary. Enter the figure of the monk, a solitary soul dedicated to a life of asceticism, prayer, and contemplation. These men, and later women, sought to withdraw from the chaos of the world and turn their gaze inward, aspiring to unite with the divine. They often retreated to remote monasteries where they lived in austere conditions, dedicating their days to the study of scripture and the practice of virtue. One such monk was Benedict of Nursia, who, in the early 6th century, laid the foundations of monasticism as we know it today. His rule emphasized balance, a balance between work and prayer, community and solitude. Benedict's way of life would not only shape the future of monastic communities, but also serve as a beacon of hope and stability in a world rife with turmoil. As we explore the essence of monastic life, we encounter the profound spiritual practices that characterize these communities. The rhythmic chanting of psalms filled the air, creating a melody that echoed the longing of the human spirit. Each prayer, each moment of silence, was a step towards divine communion. The monks became custodians of knowledge, preserving ancient texts and teachings that might otherwise have been lost to the ravages of time. Yet, the call to conversion was not limited to the cloistered walls of the monastery. The winds of change were also carried by the missionaries, those intrepid souls who ventured into unknown lands, spreading the message of Christ far and wide. Armed with nothing but their faith and a deep-seated conviction in their mission, they traveled through treacherous terrain, often facing hostility and danger. Consider the journey of St. Patrick, who, in the 5th century, became a symbol of hope and resilience in Ireland. Once a captive, Patrick escaped his captors, only to return to the very land that had imprisoned him. Driven by a fervent desire to convert the Irish people, he travelled from village to village, sharing stories of love, redemption, and the promise of eternal life. His efforts bore fruit, as the Emerald Isle gradually embraced Christianity, transforming the very fabric of its culture. The stories of these missionaries are not just tales of triumph, they are also woven with struggle and sacrifice. They faced rejection, ridicule, and sometimes violence. Yet, with every setback, their resolve only deepened. They understood that true conversion was not merely about the numbers, it was about the transformation of the heart. They believed in the power of love to change lives and communities. As we turn our gaze to the east, we find the remarkable figure of Cyril and Methodius, two brothers who ventured into the lands of the Slavs. Seeking to share the Christian message, they recognized the importance of language and culture. They translated the Bible into the Slavic tongue, creating a bridge for the people to connect with their newfound faith. This act of love and respect for local customs laid the groundwork for a rich spiritual heritage that continues to thrive today. In the midst of these missionary endeavors, we must not overlook the role of women. Often overlooked in historical narratives, female figures played an equally vital part in the spread of Christianity. From noble women who sheltered missionaries to nuns who established convents, women were instrumental in nurturing the faith and fostering community. Their contributions remind us that the movement towards Christianity was a collective effort, transcending gender and social status. As the centuries unfolded, the influence of monks and missionaries began to ripple across continents. From the shores of Africa to the forests of Scandinavia, the seeds of faith were sown in diverse soils. The conversion to Christianity was not a monolithic event. Rather, it was a mosaic of experiences where local customs and traditions intertwined with the teachings of Christ. In some regions, conversion was met with fierce resistance, while in others, it was embraced with open arms. The stories of these encounters are rich and varied. Some cultures integrated the new faith into their existing practices, while others saw it as a threat to their identity. Yet, through all the challenges, the resilience of the missionaries and the faith of the converts shone brightly, illuminating the path forward. As we reflect on this transformative period, we are reminded that conversion is not solely an external act, it is an internal journey. For many, the decision to embrace Christianity was a profound awakening, a realization that love and grace could mend the brokenness of their lives. It was an invitation to belong to a community that transcended borders, a family united by a shared belief in something greater than themselves. The legacy of the monks and missionaries is not confined to the pages of history, it echoes in our lives today. Their commitment to faith, service, and community continues to inspire countless individuals. They remind us that, regardless of our backgrounds or beliefs, we all share a common yearning for connection, purpose, and love. As we conclude our exploration of this remarkable chapter in history, let us carry with us the stories of those who dared to dream, to believe, and to act. The monks and missionaries, with their unwavering faith and tireless efforts, paved the way for a world forever changed by the message of Christ. Their journeys remind us that, in the grand tapestry of life, every thread matters and every story is worth telling. So, as we move forward, may we honor their legacy by embracing love, compassion, and understanding in our own lives, for the journey of conversion is not just a historical narrative. It is an ongoing pilgrimage of the heart. In the misty highlands of ancient Scotland, where the lochs reflect the brooding skies and the mountains stand like silent sentinels, a story unfolds, a tale of faith, conflict, and the indomitable human spirit. This is the story of Columba, the monk who dared to tread upon the rugged shores of the Pictish kingdom, bringing with him not just the light of Christianity, but also the seeds of discord that would reshape a nation. Columba was born in 521 AD in the kingdom of Derry, a small realm that would soon become a cradle of learning and spirituality. From a young age, he was marked by a profound sense of destiny, a calling that beckoned him towards a life of service and devotion. Trained in the ways of the church, Columba was not merely a man of faith, he was a visionary, one who saw beyond the mundane world into the vast panorama of the divine. But his journey was not without its trials. In an era when the fabric of society was woven with the threads of tribal loyalty and warfare, Columba's mission would be fraught with peril. The Picts, a fierce and enigmatic people, inhabited the land that stretched north of the River Forth. They were a society steeped in their own traditions, their gods, and their way of life. To them, the arrival of a foreign monk was not just a spiritual incursion, it was a challenge to their very identity. As Columba set sail across the turbulent waters of the Irish Sea, the winds howled in harmony with his fervent prayers. He and his companions arrived on the shores of what is now known as Iona, a small island that would become a beacon of hope and a center of Christian learning. The air was thick with potential, yet laced with uncertainty. What awaited them was a land teetering on the edge of change. Upon landing, Columba's first encounter with the Picts was anything but welcoming. The chieftains, proud and resolute, viewed him with suspicion. To them, his teachings were an affront to their ancestral beliefs. The Pictish culture was rich, vibrant, and deeply interconnected with the land they called home. Their warriors were not merely men of battle. They were guardians of a legacy that stretched back through the ages. For Columba, however, the message of Christ was one of love, redemption, and unity, a stark contrast to the tribal divisions that had long plagued the Pictish clans. Undeterred by the initial hostility, Columba began his work. He spoke to the people in their own tongue, weaving stories that resonated with their experiences, tales of sacrifice, bravery, and the pursuit of a higher truth. Slowly but surely, his words began to take root. Villagers drawn by curiosity and hope gathered around him, listening intently as he spoke of a God who loved all, regardless of their past. But as Columba's influence grew, so did the ire of the Pictish chieftains. They saw the monk not as a savior, but as a usurper, an unwelcome force that threatened to dismantle their world. Tensions escalated, and soon, whispers of conflict filled the air. One man, in particular, would rise to oppose Columba, the formidable King Bride, ruler of the Picts. Bride was no ordinary king. He was a man of vision, a leader who had united the clans under his banner. He understood the importance of faith in his people's lives, yet he was unwilling to let a foreigner dictate their spiritual path. As Columba established his monastery on Iona, Bride watched from afar, his heart hardened against the monk's teachings. The Pictish king knew that to allow Christianity to take hold would mean relinquishing not just his power, but also the very soul of his people. The stage was set for a confrontation, a clash of ideologies in a land where the old ways fought to reclaim their place against the rising tide of Christianity. Columba, sensing the weight of the moment, sought an audience with Bride. He ventured forth to the king's stronghold, a daunting task that would test both his faith and his resolve. When Columba stood before Bride, he was met with a gaze that could pierce through to the very marrow of a man's soul. The king's court was filled with warriors, their presence a constant reminder of the stakes involved. Yet Columba remained steadfast, his heart aflame with the belief that love could conquer all. Their conversation was a dance of words, a battle of wits and convictions. Columba spoke of the love of Christ, of the promise of salvation, while Bride countered with the strength of tradition and the importance of ancestral worship. For hours they debated under the watchful eyes of the Pictish nobles, the air crackling with tension. Ultimately, it was Columba's unwavering faith that shone through the darkness. He spoke of a vision, a dream that had been bestowed upon him, one where the Picts and the Christians could coexist, where the old ways could find harmony with the new. Bride, intrigued yet skeptical, pondered the monk's words. Was it possible that two worlds could merge without one consuming the other? The chieftains murmured amongst themselves, their uncertainty palpable. They had seen the fires of division ignite before, and they understood the cost of conflict all too well. But the seeds of doubt had been sown, and the king could feel the tide beginning to turn. As seasons changed and the years rolled on, Columba's mission continued to bear fruit. The monastery on Iona flourished, becoming a sanctuary of learning, art, and faith. Monks from across the lands came to study, to share knowledge, and to spread the teachings of Christ. The Pictish people, once resistant, began to embrace the new faith, slowly intertwining it with their own traditions. Yet, the path was never smooth. Skirmishes erupted, fueled by those who clung to the old ways with a ferocity that could not be quelled by mere words. Columba faced opposition at every turn, his faith tested time and again. But with each challenge, he found strength, not just in his own convictions, but in the community that was beginning to form around him. In the heart of the conflict, a remarkable transformation took place. Columba became not just a monk, but a bridge, a mediator who understood the complexities of faith and identity. He fostered dialogue, encouraging both Picts and Christians to come together, to share their stories and find common ground. Through his tireless efforts, Columba forged a legacy that would outlive him. The Picts, once seen as fierce adversaries, began to see the beauty in the teachings of Christ, and in turn, Christians learned to respect the rich tapestry of Pictish culture, allowing it to flourish alongside the new faith. As the sun set on Columba's life, his impact resonated throughout the land. The conflict that had once threatened to tear apart communities had transformed into a tapestry of shared beliefs and mutual respect. Columba had not only brought Christianity to the Picts, he had ignited a spirit of unity that would echo through the ages. In the end, the story of Columba and the Picts is not merely one of faith in conflict. It is a testament to the power of understanding, the strength found in diversity, and the unyielding pursuit of a greater good. It reminds us that even in the face of adversity, love and compassion can prevail, weaving together the threads of humanity into a vibrant and enduring legacy. In the misty, rolling hills of ancient Scotland, where the winds whisper secrets of a bygone era, the Picts once thrived. This enigmatic civilization, known for their intricate carvings and fierce warriors, left behind a legacy that has both fascinated and baffled historians. But beyond their artistry and warfare, the Picts upheld a complex system of laws, customs and traditions that governed their daily lives. Welcome to the world of Pictish law, an intricate tapestry woven with the threads of community, morality, and the ever-present bond between the people and their land. Picture yourself standing in a Pictish village, the air thick with the scent of wood smoke and the distant sound of laughter. Children chase each other through the heather, while women gather around a communal fire, sharing stories that have been passed down through generations. The Picts were not just warriors. They were a society deeply rooted in their customs, where every individual had a role to play in the fabric of their community. At the heart of Pictish society lay the concept of kinship. Families were not just units of survival, they were the very backbone of Pictish law. Each clan was governed by its own set of traditions passed down from ancestors long since departed. Elders, revered for their wisdom, played a crucial role in maintaining order and ensuring that the customs of the past continued to guide the present. Their words were law, echoing through the valleys and across the moors, reminding everyone of their duties to family and clan. But what happened when these laws were broken? In the Pictish world, justice was not handed down by a distant authority. It was a community affair. Disputes were settled in gatherings known as thing, a word that resonates with the echoes of justice. Here, villagers would come together, each voice valued, each opinion weighed. The accused would stand before their peers, not as a criminal, but as a member of the community. The aim was not punitive, but restorative, seeking to mend the fabric of community life rather than tear it apart. Imagine the scene. Men and women, young and old, gathered in a circle, the air thick with anticipation. The accused stands before them, a mixture of fear and hope in their eyes. The elders, wise and seasoned, listen intently as both sides present their cases. It is a dance of words, a ritual of negotiation, where the truth is sought, not just for retribution, but for healing. The community, bound by blood and shared history, holds the power to decide the fate of one of its own. This was justice in the Pictish way, communal, compassionate, and deeply human. Yet, Pictish law extended beyond mere disputes and quarrels. It was interwoven with the very essence of their identity, encompassing their beliefs, their spirituality, and their relationship with the land. The Picts revered nature, seeing it as a living entity filled with spirits and deities. The laws they followed were often tied to the rhythms of the natural world, the changing seasons, the cycles of the moon, and the life force of the earth itself. Each spring, as the first flowers broke through the frost, the Picts would hold a festival to honor the earth. Offerings would be made to the spirits of the land, thanking them for their bounty and seeking harmony. These traditions were not mere rituals, they were an acknowledgement of the interconnectedness of all living things. The law, therefore, was not just a set of rules, but a living testament to their respect for life, a guide that encouraged them to tread lightly upon the earth. As we delve deeper into Pictish customs, we encounter their unique approach to marriage and family life. Marriages were not simply romantic unions, they were alliances between clans, woven together by shared interests and common goals. When a couple decided to wed, it was a celebration that echoed through the valleys, attended by kin from far and wide. The ceremony itself was a vibrant tapestry of music, dance, and the sharing of food, a moment where the community came together to witness the binding of two families. In the Pictish tradition, the concept of consent was paramount. Both parties had to agree to the union, and their happiness was considered essential for the stability of the clan. After the vows were exchanged, the couple would often spend a night apart, allowing them the space to reflect on their commitment before fully embracing their new life together. This practice emphasized the importance of choice, a principle that resonates with the core values of Pictish law. But what of the children? The Picts understood that the future of their community rested on the shoulders of the young. Education was a shared responsibility, with elders imparting wisdom through stories, songs, and practical lessons. Children learned not just the skills necessary for survival, hunting, gathering, and crafting, but also the values that defined their identity, respect, loyalty, and the importance of community. As they grew, children were encouraged to participate in the rituals and customs of their clan, immersing themselves in the traditions that shaped their worldview. From the weaving of tapestries to the crafting of weapons, they were taught to honor the past while also forging their own paths. In this way, Pictish law was not static. It was a living, breathing entity, evolving with each generation while remaining rooted in the customs of their ancestors. As the sun sets over the hills, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, we must reflect on the legacy of Pictish law. In a world that often seems fragmented, their customs and traditions serve as a poignant reminder of the power of community, the importance of justice, and the sacred bond between humanity and the land. The Picts may have vanished from history, but their spirit endures in the stones they carved and the stories they told. Today, as we walk the ancient paths they once tread, we can still feel the echoes of their laughter, the warmth of their gatherings, and the strength of their bonds. Their way of life teaches us that law is not merely a set of rules imposed from above. It is a deeply rooted custom that reflects the values, beliefs, and aspirations of a people. So, as we close the chapter on Pictish law, let us carry their legacy forward. Let us remember the importance of community, the pursuit of justice, and the deep connection we share with one another and the world around us. In doing so, we honor not just the Picts, but all those who have come before us, weaving their stories into the rich tapestry of human history. In the dim light of early morning, as the mist rises from the rolling hills of northern Scotland, we find ourselves transported back to a time shrouded in mystery and legend. This is the land of Fortriu, a kingdom that thrived in the shadows of towering mountains and vast, untamed landscapes. It is a place where the echoes of ancient battles still resonate, where power struggles shaped destinies, and where the spirit of the people forged an identity that would last through the ages. Long before the unification of Scotland as we know it today, Fortriu stood proud and unyielding in the north. Stretching across the region that now encompasses Moray and parts of Aberdeenshire, this kingdom was a mosaic of rugged terrain, lush valleys, and fortified settlements. It was a realm of warriors and chieftains, where loyalty was as fierce as the winds that swept across the highlands. The history of Fortriu is woven with tales of ambition and rivalry, of clans vying for supremacy in a world where the strong prevailed. At the heart of this tumultuous era was a figure whose name would echo through the annals of time: King Bride. Known for his cunning and strength, Bride was a leader who understood the delicate balance of power in a land fraught with conflict. His reign, which began in the late 6th century, marked a pivotal moment in the history of Fortriu. As we delve into this realm, we discover that Fortriu was not merely a kingdom, but a crucible of cultural and political evolution. The people who inhabited these lands were not just warriors, they were artisans, storytellers, and scholars. The society of Fortriu was rich in tradition, with a deep reverence for their ancestors and the spirits of the land. Tales of their gods and heroes were passed down through generations, woven into the very fabric of their lives. Amidst the bloodshed and alliances, one cannot overlook the significance of religion in shaping the identity of Fortriu. The arrival of Christianity in the 6th century brought with it a wave of change. The missionary efforts of figures like St. Columba penetrated the hearts of the people, introducing new beliefs and practices. Yet, the transition was not without its challenges. The clash between the old pagan traditions and the new faith created a unique tapestry of belief, where both worlds coexisted in a delicate dance. As King Bride consolidated his power, he recognized the importance of forging alliances. Marriages were arranged, treaties signed, and friendships formed, all in a bid to strengthen Fortriu against external threats. The Picts, a confederation of tribes that called this land home, were known for their fierce independence. They were not easily swayed by the whims of a single ruler, and Bride navigated this landscape with the skill of a seasoned tactician. But it was not just external forces that threatened the stability of Fortriu. Internal dissent brewed like a storm on the horizon. Rival factions sought to undermine Bride's rule, igniting conflicts that would test his resolve. The kingdom was a chessboard, and each move was critical. The stakes were high, and the consequences of failure were dire. In a world where betrayal lurked in the shadows, trust was a rare commodity. The strength of Fortriu lay not only in its military might, but also in its strategic location. Nestled between the mountains and the sea, the kingdom controlled vital trade routes that connected different cultures and economies. This geographical advantage allowed Fortriu to flourish, drawing merchants, artisans, and travelers from far and wide. The markets bustled with life, filled with the vibrant colors of textiles, the sound of laughter, and the aroma of spices. It was a melting pot of ideas and influences where the spirit of innovation thrived. As we journey deeper into the heart of Fortriu, we encounter its magnificent hill forts, standing sentinel over the landscape. These ancient structures, built with stone and skill, served as both homes and strongholds. They were the embodiment of power, a testament to the determination of the Pictish people. Each fort had its own story, its own legacy, etched into the stones by the hands of those who lived and died within their walls. Among these fortresses, we find the legendary Dunad, a site of great significance. It is said that kings were crowned on this hallowed ground, a symbol of their divine right to rule. The ceremonies that took place here were steeped in ritual, blending the sacred with the political. As the sun cast its golden rays upon the stones, one can almost hear the chants of the druids and the thundering of drums echoing through the ages. Yet, the tale of Fort Trieu is not merely one of glory. It is also a story of resilience in the face of adversity. As the kingdom thrived, so too did the threats that loomed from beyond its borders. The Anglo-Saxon kingdoms to the south eyed Fort Trieu with envy, eager to expand their territories. The tension between these rival powers became palpable, leading to skirmishes and battles that would test the mettle of Fort Trieu's warriors. It was during these turbulent times that the legendary figure of King Aidan emerged. Aidan, a descendant of Bride, was known for his valor and strategic brilliance. His leadership during the Battle of Dun Nectain in 685 AD would define the fate of Fort Trieu. This epic confrontation against the forces of Northumbria was not just a clash of swords. It was a struggle for survival, a fight to protect the very essence of what it meant to be Pictish. As the dust settled on the battlefield, the legacy of Fort Trieu continued to evolve. Despite the challenges it faced, the kingdom endured, adapting to the changing tides of history. The arrival of new cultures and ideas only enriched the identity of Fort Trieu, as it continued to be a beacon of strength in the north. Today, as we walk among the ruins of this once mighty kingdom, we are reminded of the indomitable spirit of its people. The stories of King Bride, Aidan, and the countless warriors who fought for their land are not just tales of the past. They are a testament to the resilience and courage that define the human experience. Fort Trieu, with its landscapes of breathtaking beauty and its rich tapestry of history, invites us to reflect on the complexities of power, identity, and the enduring legacy of those who came before us. The kingdom of Fort Trieu may be but a whisper in the winds of time, yet its impact resonates still. As we gaze upon the hills and valleys, we are reminded that stories of power and ambition are timeless, woven into the very essence of the land. The spirit of Fort Trieu lives on, a vibrant thread in the fabric of Scotland's history, calling us to remember and honour those who shaped a kingdom nestled in the embrace of the north. In the misty glens and rugged highlands of ancient Britain, a tapestry of cultures unfolded, a tale woven with threads of alliances and enmities, where the Picts, Scots and Angles shaped the very fabric of history. This is a story of warriors and chieftains, of land and legacy, a saga that echoes through the ages, inviting us to explore the intricate relationships that defined a tumultuous era. As we journey back to the time before the rise of England, we find ourselves in the heart of Caledonia, a land inhabited by the fierce and enigmatic Picts. These people, known for their distinctive tattoos and intricate carvings, lived in a world filled with mystery and magic. They inhabited the northern reaches of what we now call Scotland, a realm of rolling hills, dense forests and shimmering lochs. Their society was tribal, with clans fiercely loyal to their chieftains, each vying for dominance over the land and its resources. The Picts were not just warriors, they were also skilled artisans and traders. They crafted exquisite jewelry and weapons, bartering with neighbouring tribes and even reaching out to the Romans, whose empire loomed to the south. Yet, the Romans viewed the Picts with both fascination and fear, labelling them as barbaric yet formidable foes. This perception would lead to a long-standing conflict, as the Romans sought to expand their dominion over the island. But the Picts were not alone in their struggles. To the west, across the stormy waters of the Irish Sea, lay the land of the Scots. These early Scots were not the familiar Scots of later centuries. They were a Gaelic people, hailing from Ireland, driven by ambition and the promise of fertile lands. Led by legendary figures like Fergus Moore, the Scots began their own migration, settling in what is now known as Dalriata, where they would establish their foothold on the mainland. In this era of upheaval, the Scots and Picts found themselves at a crossroads. Initially there were skirmishes, the clash of weapons echoing through the valleys as tribes vied for supremacy. But as the years rolled on, a realization dawned upon both groups. They were stronger together than apart. The allure of unity began to shine, and soon alliances were formed. Marriages between clans were arranged, binding families with ties of blood and loyalty. The Picts and Scots, once adversaries, began to forge a new identity, one that would resonate throughout history. However, peace is often a fleeting dream in the face of ambition, and not all were willing to embrace this newfound camaraderie. From the east, across the North Sea, came the Angles, a Germanic tribe intent on claiming their share of this rich and tumultuous land. The Angles, alongside their brethren, the Saxons and Jutes, were drawn to Britain by tales of wealth and opportunity. They landed on the shores of what would eventually become England, seeking to carve out their own kingdoms in this land of opportunity. As the Angles began their conquest, the Picts and Scots found themselves facing a formidable foe. The Angles, armed with their own brand of warfare, advanced steadily, capturing territory and forcing the native tribes to either fight or flee. The struggle for survival intensified, and the alliances among the Picts and Scots were put to the test. In the face of this threat, a remarkable leader emerged among the Scots, Kenneth MacAlpin. He would be pivotal in uniting the clans and rallying the Picts against the encroaching Angles. Kenneth understood that true strength lay in unity, and so he sought to merge the two nations under one banner. Through strategic marriages and decisive battles, he forged an empire that would lay the groundwork for the Kingdom of Scotland. The legendary Battle of Dunsinane, fought in the shadow of the imposing hill, became a turning point. It was here that the united forces of the Picts and Scots faced the Angles in a brutal clash, a battle that would be etched in the annals of history. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and blood as warriors clashed, their battle cries echoing against the hills. Sword met shield, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of history in the making. With cunning tactics and unwavering resolve, the Picts and Scots emerged victorious, repelling the Angles and solidifying their alliance. This triumph not only secured their territories, but also ushered in a new era of cooperation. The bonds forged in battle transformed into a shared identity, as the Picts and Scots began to see themselves not merely as separate tribes, but as part of a greater whole. However, the saga of alliances and wars was far from over. The Angles, stung by defeat, would not retreat quietly into the shadows. They regrouped and sought to reclaim their lost territories, launching further raids into the heart of the Pictish and Scottish lands. This cycle of conflict and resolution continued, punctuated by moments of peace that were often short-lived. As time passed, the relentless tide of history brought new challenges. The arrival of Christianity in the 6th century would further complicate the dynamics of the Picts and Scots. Missionaries like St. Columba arrived from Ireland, preaching a message of faith that began to weave itself into the very fabric of society. This new religion offered both a unifying force and a source of contention, as pagans and Christians clashed in a battle for the souls of the people. Amidst the shifting tides of faith and culture, the Angles were not idle. They established their own kingdoms, most notably the Kingdom of Northumbria, which became a powerful force in its own right. The struggle for dominance continued, with the Picts and Scots facing not only the threat of the Angles, but also the internal divisions that sometimes arose within their own ranks. Yet, through all the turmoil, the spirit of cooperation endured. The Picts and Scots continued to forge alliances, recognizing that their strength lay in unity against common foes. They shared resources, knowledge, and even culture, creating a rich tapestry of traditions that would resonate through the ages. As we reflect on this remarkable journey of the Picts, Scots, and Angles, we see a story that is not merely about wars and alliances, but about the resilience of the human spirit. It is a testament to the strength found in unity, the power of shared identity, and the enduring quest for survival. Their legacies echo in the hills and valleys of Scotland, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, the bonds forged in the crucible of conflict can lead to a brighter future. And so, as we gaze upon the landscapes that once witnessed these epic struggles, we honor the memory of those who fought, loved, and lived in a world where alliances and wars shaped the very destiny of a nation. In the end, the story is not just of the Picts, Scots, and Angles. It is a story of humanity itself, a reminder that even in our darkest hours, we have the capacity to unite, to rise above our differences, and to carve a path toward a shared tomorrow. In the annals of history, few tales capture the imagination quite like that of the Vikings, the fierce seafarers who emerged from the rugged coasts of Scandinavia to alter the course of Europe's destiny. Today, we delve into Chapter 21 of this remarkable saga, titled Viking Invasions, Storm from the Sea. This is a story steeped in adventure, ambition, and an indomitable spirit that propelled these Norsemen across tumultuous waters, leaving an indelible mark on the lands they touched. Our tale begins in the late 8th century, a time when Europe was a patchwork of kingdoms, many of them struggling to maintain their own borders and traditions. The Viking Age, as it would come to be known, was ignited by a confluence of factors: overpopulation in the Scandinavian regions, a burgeoning need for resources, and the unquenchable thirst for adventure. The Vikings, with their longships designed for both speed and agility, became the perfect storm, ready to unleash their fury upon the unsuspecting coasts of Europe. Picture this: a quiet dawn breaking over the lush landscape of a Northumbrian village. The air is crisp, and the tranquility is palpable as farmers tend to their fields and villagers begin their daily routines. Suddenly, the calm is shattered. From the horizon, a fleet of sleek, dragon-headed longships emerges, cutting through the waves like a knife through butter. The Vikings have arrived, and with them chaos. The cries of alarm ring out, warning of the storm that is about to descend upon this peaceful land. These Norsemen were not merely raiders, they were explorers, traders, and settlers. Their voyages took them far beyond the waters of the North Sea. They ventured into the heart of the Mediterranean, reaching as far as Constantinople and even the shores of North America, long before Columbus set sail. But it was the allure of riches and the thrill of conquest that initially drove them to plunder the monasteries and towns along the coasts of Britain, France, and beyond. One of the most notorious of these raids occurred in 793 AD at Lindisfarne, an island off the northeast coast of England. Here, a majestic monastery stood, home to scholars and monks dedicated to their faith. Yet on that fateful day, the serene sanctity of Lindisfarne was shattered by the Vikings. They descended upon the island like a whirlwind, their swords gleaming in the dawn light, their battle cries echoing across the waters. The monks, caught unawares, had little chance to defend themselves. The riches of the monastery were stripped away, and the very essence of Christian devotion was threatened by the ferocity of these pagan raiders. Word of the devastation spread like wildfire. The Viking raids became a source of terror, not just for England, but for the entire continent. kings and nobles scrambled to fortify their strongholds to protect their lands from this relentless tide. Yet the Vikings were not just destroyers, they were also skilled negotiators. They knew when to strike and when to parley, often demanding tribute in exchange for peace. This duality made them formidable adversaries. As we journey deeper into this saga, we encounter figures like Ragnar Lothbrok, a legendary hero whose exploits would be romanticized in Norse sagas. Ragnar's thirst for adventure led him to raid the British Isles, leaving a trail of stories that would echo through time. His legacy became intertwined with the Viking identity, embodying the spirit of exploration and conquest that defined an entire era. But even heroes have their demons. Ragnar's insatiable appetite for glory would ultimately lead him to a fateful encounter with the English king Ella, a clash that would seal his destiny and further ignite the flames of Viking ambition. With each successful raid, the Vikings became more emboldened. The coastal towns of England were not their only targets. They set their sights on the rich lands of Francia, where the allure of wealth and power beckoned. The reign of Charles the Bald, king of the West Franks, would witness the full might of the Viking onslaught. The rivers became highways for Viking ships, allowing them to penetrate deep into the heart of the continent. Towns that had thrived for centuries fell under the shadow of these marauders, who took what they wanted and left devastation in their wake. Yet the story does not solely revolve around destruction. The Vikings were also remarkable settlers. After years of raiding, they began to establish roots in the lands they had once plundered. In England, they laid the foundations of new communities, integrating with the local populace. The Danelaw, a region in England governed by Viking law, emerged as a testament to their enduring influence. Here, Norse culture intermingled with Anglo-Saxon traditions, giving rise to a unique blend that would shape the future of England. As we navigate through this turbulent chapter of history, we cannot overlook the role of women in Viking society. While many narratives paint the Vikings as brutish warriors, women held significant power within their communities. They managed households, made crucial decisions, and even accompanied raiding parties. Figures like Lagertha, a legendary shield maiden, exemplify the fierce spirit of Viking women who defied societal norms and fought alongside their male counterparts. Their stories remind us that the Viking Age was not solely defined by men, but rather was a complex tapestry of shared experiences and aspirations. With the passage of time, the Viking invasions began to wane. As the centuries turned, the once feared raiders transformed into settlers, traders, and even rulers. The very landscapes they had once ravaged bore witness to their evolution. In England, Norway, and beyond, the Vikings left an enduring legacy, shaping languages, cultures, and societies. The storm that had swept across the seas was fading, but the impact of their journey would echo through the ages. As we conclude our exploration of the Viking invasions, we are left with a profound understanding of an era marked by resilience, ambition, and transformation. The Norsemen who ventured forth from their fjords were not merely warriors, they were pioneers, forging connections and leaving a lasting imprint on the tapestry of human history. Their story is one of adventure and discovery, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, the spirit of exploration and the quest for understanding can lead to extraordinary outcomes. In the heart of every Viking raid lay not just the desire for conquest, but a yearning for a better life, a greater purpose. They were, in many ways, reflections of humanity itself, driven by dreams, shaped by experiences, and forever etched into the annals of time. As we close the chapter on this saga, let us carry forth the lessons learned from the storm that once raged from the sea, embracing the spirit of adventure that lies within us all. In the misty highlands of ancient Scotland, where the rugged mountains kiss the clouds and the lochs shimmer like silver under the moonlight, there existed a people whose legacy continues to whisper through the winds of time. the Picts. These enigmatic warriors, adorned with intricate tattoos and fierce pride, roamed the lands long before the thundering footsteps of the Scots echoed through the valleys. Their story, one of resilience, artistry, and ultimately transformation, leads us to a pivotal moment in history, the end of the Picts and their merger with the Scots. As we journey back to around the 9th century, the landscape of Scotland was one of tribes and clans, each vying for power and dominance. The Picts, a confederation of tribes known for their fierce independence and warrior culture, had long resisted the encroaching influence of their neighbours. Their name, derived from the Latin word picti, meaning the painted ones, spoke of their practice of adorning their bodies with vivid designs, a tradition that not only marked them as warriors, but also as a people deeply connected to their land and heritage. The Picts thrived in their own right, constructing impressive stone fortresses and leaving behind enigmatic symbols etched into standing stones, remnants of a sophisticated culture that celebrated the mysteries of life and death. Yet as the winds of change began to sweep across the region, the tides of fate were shifting. The Scots, originally from Ireland, had begun to settle in the western parts of what we now know as Scotland. They brought with them their own rich traditions, languages, and ambitions. As the years rolled on, the Scots and Picts found themselves at a crossroads. Clans that once stood apart began to encounter one another more frequently, drawn together by the allure of trade, the necessity of alliances, and the ever-looming threat of external forces. The Norsemen, fierce raiders from the north, were casting their shadow over the British Isles, and the two people once rivals now faced a common enemy. It was during this tumultuous time that a legendary figure emerged, Kenneth MacAlpin, the man who would become the first king of the Scots. He was a visionary, a leader driven by the dreams of uniting the fractured tribes of Scotland under a single banner. Kenneth recognized that the survival of both the Picts and Scots depended on collaboration rather than conflict. It was a bold vision, one that would change the course of history forever. As we delve deeper into the narrative, imagine the atmosphere in the great halls of the Pictish fortresses. The air would have been thick with the scent of burning wood, and the sound of laughter mingling with the crackling of the fire. Warriors would gather, recounting tales of bravery, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. Yet, amidst the camaraderie, there lay an undercurrent of anxiety. The Scots, their former rivals, were no longer just a distant threat. They were a tangible presence, seeking to forge a new future. Kenneth's approach was not one of conquest, but rather diplomacy. He understood that to win the hearts of the Picts, he needed to respect their culture, their traditions, and their identity. He reached out to the Pictish chieftains, inviting them to a grand assembly, a council of sorts where they could discuss their future as one unified people. This was no small feat, for the Picts were known for their fierce independence and tenacity. However, the common threat of the Norse invaders loomed large, and many Pictish leaders recognized the wisdom in joining forces. In the heart of Pictland, under the shadow of ancient stone circles, a momentous gathering took place. The air was charged with anticipation as chieftains and warriors from both sides convened. Kenneth stood before them, an embodiment of hope and unity. He spoke of a new dawn, a shared destiny that could forge a stronger Scotland. His words resonated with the Picts, who, despite their pride, understood the necessity of standing together in the face of adversity. As the discussions unfolded, barriers began to crumble. Tales were shared, laughter echoed, and old grudges faded into the background. It became evident that both peoples shared more than they had previously acknowledged. They had common ancestors, shared geography, and most importantly, a mutual love for their land. The Picts, with their rich tapestry of myths and legends, and the Scots, with their vibrant traditions, found common ground in their love for Scotland. The culmination of these efforts came in the form of a historic union, In a symbolic gesture, Kenneth and the Pictish chieftains agreed to a new king, a king who would represent both the Picts and the Scots. This was not merely a merger of power, but a profound acknowledgement of shared identity. The once distinct cultures began to blend, their traditions intertwining like the vines of the heather that blanket the hillsides. As the years turned into decades, the Pictish identity, while slowly merging with that of the Scots, did not disappear entirely. Instead, it evolved. The artistry of the Picts influenced the burgeoning Scottish culture, their symbols and stories finding a new life in the hearts of the Scots. The legacy of the Picts lived on, woven into the very fabric of what it meant to be Scottish. However, this transformation was not without its challenges. As the Scots expanded their territory, the remnants of Pictish language and customs began to fade, overtaken by the Gaelic tongue and the traditions of the Scots. The once proud Picts found themselves navigating the complexities of a new identity, one where their stories were now part of a shared narrative, enriched yet altered. Through the lens of time, we observe a poignant truth. The end of the Picts was not a tragic demise, but a metamorphosis. The merger with the Scots marked the birth of a new Scotland, a land that would rise from the ashes of its past, stronger and more vibrant. The Picts may have faded as a distinct group, but their spirit endured, echoing through the ages in the tales of warriors and the art that adorned the landscapes of their homeland. As we conclude this chapter of history, let us remember the Picts not merely as a people lost to time, but as the very essence of Scotland's rich heritage. Their legacy, a testament to resilience and the power of unity, continues to resonate in the hearts of those who call Scotland home. The end of the Picts and their merger with the Scots remind us that even in change there is beauty, and in unity there is strength. The hills still remember their laughter, the rivers still tell their stories, and the stones still stand as silent witnesses to a history that shaped a nation. In the misty highlands of Scotland, where the rugged hills meet the vast blue skies, a tapestry of history unfolds, a saga woven with threads of struggle, triumph, and transformation. This is the story of how a collection of tribes, known as the Picts, evolved into the medieval kingdom of Alba, marking the birth of what we now recognize as Scotland. As dawn breaks over the ancient landscapes, it's easy to imagine the Picts, a fierce and proud people roaming their territories. These enigmatic tribes, known for their intricate tattoos and formidable warrior culture, inhabited the lands long before the arrival of written records. They flourished in the shadow of the mountains and along the coastline, living off the land, hunting and gathering while crafting a rich and vibrant culture that echoed through the ages. But who were the Picts? To the Romans, they were a mystery, a thorn in their side during their attempts to conquer Britain. Descriptions from Roman historians portray them as warriors clad in blue paint, fierce and unyielding, often resisting the encroachment of Roman legions. The Pictish lands were a mosaic of clans, each with its own identity and traditions, yet bound together by a shared language and a common cause, the preservation of their way of life. The Picts thrived for centuries, their society structured around powerful chieftains and sacred sites, such as the standing stones that still dot the landscape today. These stones, adorned with intricate carvings, speak to a spirituality that connected the Picts to the earth, the sky, and the mysteries of life itself. As we wander through the remnants of their settlements, we can almost feel the pulse of their ancient rituals and the whispers of their ancestors. Yet, as the winds of change swept across the British Isles, new forces began to emerge. The arrival of the Scots from Ireland in the 6th century heralded a profound transformation. Led by figures like the legendary King Fergus, the Scots sought to establish a foothold in this land of the Picts. Their journey was not just one of conquest, but also one of cultural exchange, as ideas, language, and customs began to intermingle. The Scots brought with them the seeds of a new identity, blending their Gaelic traditions with the rich tapestry of Pictish culture. This fusion laid the groundwork for what would soon become a unified kingdom. The Pictish clans began to see the Scots not merely as invaders but as potential allies, and through a series of marriages and treaties, the two cultures began to intertwine. One pivotal event in this saga was the reign of King Brede, a Pictish king who ruled during the late 6th century. Under his leadership, the Picts experienced a renaissance of sorts, fostering alliances with the Scots and ensuring the survival of their way of life. This period saw the rise of Christianity as well, with missionaries like St. Columba spreading the teachings of Christ throughout the land. Monasteries sprang up, becoming centers of learning and culture, where the ancient stories of both Picts and Scots were preserved and celebrated. As we journey deeper into the heart of this transformation, we encounter the legendary figure of Kenneth MacAlpin, often hailed as the first king of the Scots. His reign in the late 9th century marked a crucial turning point in Scottish history. Through a combination of military prowess and diplomatic cunning, Kenneth united the Picts and the Scots, forging a new kingdom that would come to be known as Alba. This unification was not without its challenges. The Pictish clans, proud of their heritage, were resistant to the idea of subjugation. Yet, Kenneth's vision was clear: to create a stronghold that could withstand external threats, particularly from the Norsemen who were raiding the coasts. His efforts to consolidate power led to the establishment of a new royal dynasty, where the line between Pict and Scot began to blur, and a shared sense of identity began to emerge. As Kenneth MacAlpin took the throne, the Kingdom of Alba began to take shape. The heart of this new realm pulsed with the lifeblood of its diverse peoples, united under a common banner. The Gaelic language began to flourish, and with it, the arts and culture of Scotland began to blossom. The tales of old, once whispered around the fires of Pictish longhouses, now found their way into the written word as scribes chronicled the history of this burgeoning kingdom. In the years following Kenneth's reign, Alba faced many trials. The Norsemen continued their raids, instilling fear and uncertainty among the populace. Yet, from this chaos emerged a spirit of resilience. The clans rallied together, forging a collective identity that transcended tribal boundaries. They fought for their land, their people, and their way of life, and in doing so, they laid the foundations for a nation that would stand the test of time. As we traverse the landscapes that once echoed with the clash of swords and the cries of battle, we are reminded of the indomitable spirit that characterizes the Scottish people. The saga of Alba is not merely a story of conquest and unification. It is a testament to the power of culture, identity, and community. It is a reminder that even in the face of adversity, a shared vision can ignite a flame of hope, illuminating the path toward a brighter future. In the centuries that followed, the Kingdom of Alba would continue to evolve, facing challenges both internal and external. The legacy of the Picts and the Scots would shape the identity of Scotland for generations to come. The stories of kings and warriors, of battles fought and won, would be passed down through the ages, creating a rich tapestry that celebrates the resilience and spirit of a people forged in the fires of history. As we reflect on the journey from Picts to Alba, we are left with a profound appreciation for the complexities of identity, culture, and heritage. The birth of medieval Scotland is not just a chapter in history, it is an enduring story of transformation, unity, and the relentless pursuit of a shared destiny. And as the sun sets over the hills of Scotland, casting long shadows across the land, we are reminded that the echoes of the past continue to resonate in the hearts of those who call this beautiful country home. In the dim light of ancient forests, beneath the shadows of towering mountains, and within the echoes of distant shores, legends come alive. These are the tales whispered by firelight, passed down through generations, where monsters roam, heroes rise, and spirits linger. Welcome to a world where reality blurs with the ethereal, where every rustle in the bushes and every flicker of light holds a story waiting to be told. This is the realm of myths and legends, a tapestry woven with threads of truth, imagination, and the indomitable spirit of humanity. Let us begin our journey in the heart of the wild, where the mythical creature known as the Wendigo prowls the frozen woods of North America. Stories of this ghastly being have haunted the Inuit and Algonquin tribes for centuries. The Wendigo, often depicted as a gaunt figure with skin stretched tight over bone, is said to embody the insatiable hunger for human flesh. As winters grow long and food becomes scarce, the legend serves as a chilling reminder of the consequences of greed and the fragility of the human spirit. It is said that those who succumb to the Wendigo's temptation are doomed to transform into this ravenous beast, forever cursed to roam the icy wilderness in search of what they can never consume: peace. But not all monsters are born from darkness. In the lush landscapes of Japan, we find the fearsome yet fascinating Tengu. These creatures, often depicted with red faces, long noses, and the ability to fly, are guardians of the mountains, protectors of the forests. Yet, they were once feared as malevolent spirits. The Tengu's duality speaks to our own complexities. They remind us that even the fiercest warriors can become protectors, and even the most benevolent spirits can harbor a mischievous side. In this way, the Tengu embodies the essence of balance in nature, teaching us to respect both the light and the shadow within ourselves. As we traverse the globe, we stumble upon the mighty and majestic griffin, a creature born from the union of lion and eagle. Revered in ancient cultures, the griffin symbolizes strength, courage, and divine protection. It ruled the skies and guarded treasures, embodying the power of both earth and air. In the myths of the ancient Greeks, griffins were believed to nest in the mountains of Scythia, where they guarded gold and precious gems. To seek the griffin was to seek fortune, but it was also a quest for bravery. Many adventurers sought these mythical beasts, but only those pure of heart would ever find them, for the griffin judged not only the strength of a warrior, but the essence of their soul. From the heights of the mountains to the depths of the sea, we encounter mermaids, enchanting and elusive. These aquatic beings, often depicted with the beauty of a woman and the tail of a fish, have captured the imagination of cultures worldwide. In the tales of sailors, mermaids appear as sirens, luring men to their watery graves with haunting songs. Yet, they also represent the mysteries of the ocean, embodying the allure and danger of the unknown. In some stories, they are nurturers, guiding lost souls to safety. In others, they are vengeful spirits, punishing those who have wronged the sea. The mermaid, much like the tides, embodies the dual nature of beauty and peril, reminding us that not everything that glitters is gold. Every hero needs a challenge, a quest that tests their mettle and shapes their destiny. In the tales of Greece, we encounter the mighty Odysseus, whose journey home from the Trojan War was fraught with trials that would become the stuff of legend. From battling cyclopes to outsmarting sirens, every obstacle he faced was a testament to his cunning and resilience. Odysseus teaches us that true heroism lies not only in physical strength, but in the wisdom to navigate the complexities of life. His story is a reminder that the journey is just as important as the destination, and that every challenge faced can lead to personal growth and transformation. In the landscapes of Norse mythology, we meet Beowulf, a hero of unmatched courage and strength. He confronts the fearsome Grendel, a monster that terrorizes the halls of the Danes. With unwavering bravery, Beowulf battles Grendel and emerges victorious. But his journey does not end there. He must face Grendel's vengeful mother, a fierce and relentless foe. Beowulf's tale embodies the essence of heroism, sacrifice, honor, and the willingness to confront darkness, even when faced with insurmountable odds. His legacy, preserved in the pages of epic poetry, continues to inspire generations, reminding us that true heroes are forged in the fires of adversity. As we delve deeper into the realm of spirits, we encounter the benevolent entities that watch over us. The ancient Celts believed in a myriad of spirits, both protective and mischievous. From the gentle fae who danced in moonlit glades, to the more ominous banshees who heralded death, the spirit world was deeply intertwined with the lives of the living. The Celts understood that the natural world was alive with energies, each possessing its own wisdom. They honored these spirits through rituals, ensuring a harmonious relationship with the unseen forces that surrounded them. In this belief, we find a profound respect for nature and a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. In the rich tapestry of African folklore, we encounter Anansi, the spider god known for his cleverness and cunning. Anansi's tales are filled with wit and wisdom, teaching valuable lessons about life, community, and the importance of storytelling itself. He is both a trickster and a teacher, embodying the idea that knowledge is power and that laughter can be a weapon against adversity. Anansi's legacy reminds us that heroes come in many forms, and sometimes the greatest victories are won not through brute strength but through intelligence and creativity. As our journey through legends and myths nears its end, we pause to reflect on the spirits of our ancestors, who continue to walk among us in the stories we tell. These tales are not mere fables, but a bridge connecting us to our past, serving as a compass to navigate our present and future. They encapsulate the struggles and triumphs of humanity, reminding us of our shared experiences and the values that bind us together. In the end, legends and myths are more than just stories. They are the soul of humanity, a testament to our fears, hopes, and dreams. They allow us to explore the depths of our imagination while grounding us in the realities of existence. So, as you venture into the world, carry these stories with you. Let the monsters remind you of your strength, the heroes inspire your courage, and the spirits guide your path. For in every legend lies a truth, a piece of wisdom waiting to be discovered, and a reminder that we are all part of a much larger story, one that transcends time and space. Welcome to the world of legends and myths, a world that is as vibrant and alive as the very essence of humanity itself. In the heart of our ancient world lie secrets that whisper from the dust of centuries past. As we traverse the landscapes of history, we encounter the enigmatic practices of burial and the treasures that accompany them, each one a testament to the beliefs, rituals, and aspirations of civilizations long gone. Join us on this journey through time, where we unearth stories of the dead and the treasures they took with them, stories that continue to captivate our imaginations and challenge our understanding of life and death. Imagine a vast desert, the sun beating down upon the golden sands, where the echoes of ancient lives linger in the air. Here, in the land of the pharaohs, we find the monumental tombs of Egypt. These grand structures, built as a testament to the power and divinity of the rulers, housed not only the mummified remains of kings and queens, but also an astonishing array of treasures. Gold, jewels, elaborate furniture, and even chariots filled the burial chambers, all intended to accompany the deceased into the afterlife. The ancient Egyptians believed that life continued beyond the grave, and these riches were essential for the journey ahead. Among these tombs, one stands out above the rest: the tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered in 1922 by the young archaeologist Howard Carter. Buried beneath the sands for over 3 millennia, the tomb was a time capsule, revealing a world of opulence and ritual. As Carter and his team pried open the entrance, they were met with a sight that defied imagination. Gold, glittered in the flickering light of their torches, and the air was thick with the scent of antiquity. The treasures within were not mere objects, they were symbols of the pharaoh's power and divine right to rule. But the treasures of Tutankhamun were not just for show. They served a profound purpose, a belief deeply rooted in Egyptian culture, that the afterlife was a continuation of earthly existence. The golden funerary mask, with its serene expression and intricate details, was designed to protect and guide the young king through the trials of the underworld. As we peer into his tomb, we are reminded of the fragility of life and the lengths to which people went to ensure a safe passage into eternity. Traveling eastward, we find ourselves in the lush valleys of Mesopotamia, where the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians thrived. Here, the ancient city of Ur beckons, a place where the graves of the royal burial grounds reveal a different kind of treasure. In the 1920s, archaeologist Leonard Woolley unearthed a series of graves that painted a vivid picture of life and death in this early civilization. The tombs were filled with an astonishing array of artifacts, beautifully crafted jewelry, intricately designed pottery, and even musical instruments. But what truly captured the attention of Woolley and his team were the royal tombs, where the remains of the powerful were accompanied by an entourage of sacrifices. In one tomb, they discovered the remains of attendants, seemingly poised to serve their rulers in the afterlife. This chilling revelation prompts us to ponder the beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife in ancient Mesopotamia. Did they truly believe that their rulers would need such service beyond the grave, or was it a reflection of the power dynamics that governed their society? As we move beyond the sands of the Middle East, we journey to the icy realms of the Vikings, whose burial customs offer a stark contrast to those of the Egyptians and Mesopotamians. In the fjords of Scandinavia, we encounter the ship burials, where mighty warriors were laid to rest in vessels that mirrored their lives on the seas. The Oseberg ship, unearthed in Norway in 1904, is a prime example. It was a magnificent vessel, adorned with intricate carvings, revealing the artistry and craftsmanship of the Viking Age. Inside the Oseberg ship, the remains of two women were discovered among a treasure trove of artifacts, textiles, tools, and even a wooden sled. These items were not merely possessions, they were symbols of the deceased's status and achievements. The Vikings believed in an afterlife filled with feasting and glory, a place where valiant warriors would gather in Valhalla. The ship, therefore, was not only a means of transport, but also a gateway to the eternal realm, a vessel to carry them to their final destination. Yet, amidst the grandiosity of these burials lies a more somber tale. In the vast plains of the Americas, we encounter the ancient cultures of the Maya and the Inca, whose burial practices offer a glimpse into their deep spiritual beliefs. In the sacred tombs of Tikal, Guatemala, the remains of powerful rulers were interred with offerings of jade, obsidian, and pottery. The Maya believed that death was not an end, but a transformation, a crucial passage that required careful preparation. Fast forward to the Andes Mountains, where the Inca civilization flourished. The mummies of Inca rulers, meticulously wrapped and adorned with golden jewelry, were placed in elaborate burial sites, often high in the mountains. The Inca revered their ancestors, believing that the dead held power over the living. They honored them with rituals and offerings, ensuring that their spirits would continue to watch over their communities. But not all treasures are found in grand tombs. In the dense jungles and rolling hills of ancient burial sites, we sometimes stumble upon more modest graves that reveal the stories of everyday people. The skeletons of commoners, adorned with simple beads or pottery, remind us that death is a universal experience, transcending class and culture. Each grave tells a story, a life lived and a journey taken, regardless of the materials left behind. As we reflect on these diverse burial practices, we begin to understand the intricate tapestry of human beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife. Each civilization, from the Egyptians to the Vikings, crafted its own narrative, its own understanding of what comes next. These stories are not just relics of the past, they resonate with our contemporary quest for meaning and understanding in the face of mortality. In every corner of the world, archaeological discoveries continue to unearth the mysteries of our ancestors. Each excavation reveals not only the treasures that accompany the dead, but also the beliefs, rituals, and values that shaped their lives. The tombs we explore are not merely graves, they are windows into the souls of those who once walked this earth. As we conclude our journey through the realms of burial and treasure, we are left with an abiding sense of wonder. The remnants of the past, whether gilded or humble, call to us across the ages, inviting us to ponder the questions that have lingered in the hearts of humanity since time immemorial. What lies beyond death? How do we honor those who came before us? And in the end, what treasures will we leave behind? In the shadows of the past, we find not only the echoes of those who have passed, but also the enduring spirit of humanity itself. A reminder that we are all part of a grand narrative, one that transcends time, culture, and belief. The mysteries of burial and treasure are but chapters in this ongoing story, waiting to be explored, understood, and cherished. In a world filled with languages that dance upon the tongues of billions, there exists a realm of communication that transcends mere words. It whispers of ancient mysteries and beckons us to uncover its secrets. Join me as we delve into the enigma of the symbols, lost language or sacred code, a journey through time and space where every glyph holds a story waiting to be told. Imagine, if you will, wandering through the ruins of a forgotten civilization. The air is heavy with the scent of history, and the sun casts long shadows over crumbling stones. You pause, captivated by the intricate inscriptions that adorn these remnants of a once thriving culture. These symbols, etched into the very fabric of the earth, speak of an era long past, a time when humanity communicated in ways we can only begin to comprehend. Among the most intriguing of these symbols are those found in places like the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, the Mayan codices, and the enigmatic scripts of the Indus Valley. Each carries with it a weight of meaning that extends beyond the literal. They are not just letters or numbers, they are the embodiment of beliefs, rituals, and the very essence of life itself. But what lies beneath the surface of these symbols? Are they remnants of a lost language, forever shrouded in the mists of time? Or do they represent a sacred code, a means of communicating with the divine? To understand this, we must embark on a journey through the annals of history, where we will meet the scholars, explorers, and visionaries who have dedicated their lives to deciphering these cryptic messages. Let us first turn our gaze to the ancient Egyptians, whose hieroglyphics have fascinated and puzzled generations. Carving their stories into stone, they chronicled everything from the mundane to the divine. The Great Pyramid of Giza stands as a testament to their architectural genius, but it is the inscriptions that hold the key to their spiritual beliefs. Each symbol is a portal, a gateway to understanding their view of the universe, a universe where deities walked among mortals, where the afterlife was a continuation of existence, and where the soul's journey was carefully mapped out in these sacred symbols. As we explore the tombs of pharaohs, we find scenes painted in vibrant colors, each symbol meticulously chosen. The ankh, a symbol of life, the scarab, representing rebirth, and the Eye of Horus, a powerful emblem of protection. These are more than mere decorations. They are the language of the soul, a sacred code meant to guide the deceased through the trials of the afterlife. But what happens when we attempt to interpret their meanings? The answers lie not just in translation, but in understanding the culture that birthed them. Now, let us pivot to the lush jungles of Central America, where the Maya carved their own story into stone. Their glyphs are a symphony of sound and meaning, each symbol resonating with the rhythm of their world. The Maya were astronomers, mathematicians, and spiritualists, their civilization woven deeply into the fabric of the cosmos. Their glyphs tell tales of creation, of gods and goddesses, of cycles of time that govern both their agriculture and their spirituality. But the Maya wrote not just for the living. Their codices were also a means of preserving knowledge for future generations. The Popol Vuh, a sacred text, is a rich tapestry of mythology, but it is also a record of their history, their struggles, and their triumphs. Here, symbols transform into stories, and stories into legends, each merging into the fabric of time itself. Yet the enigma deepens as we consider the Indus Valley civilization, one of the earliest urban cultures known to humankind. In the twilight of its existence, this sophisticated society left behind a series of symbols engraved on seals, pottery, and other artifacts. These symbols, often referred to as the Indus script, remain largely undeciphered, a tantalizing puzzle that has stumped archaeologists and linguists alike for decades. As we gaze upon these symbols, we feel the weight of their mystery. Were they a form of writing, a sacred code, or perhaps a blend of both? Some scholars suggest they may represent a form of communication that was never meant to be read by outsiders, a secret language shared among the elite, while others believe they hold the key to understanding the spiritual and social structures of this enigmatic civilization. Each new discovery sends ripples of excitement through the academic community, igniting debates and sparking curiosity about the lives of those who came before us. Throughout our journey, we encounter a thread that binds these ancient cultures together: the belief that symbols possess power. They are not mere representations of sounds or ideas. They are conduits of energy, a sacred language that connects the physical world with the spiritual realm. In this view, symbols are alive, pulsating with the essence of creation itself. This belief resonates across cultures, from the hieroglyphs of Egypt to the glyphs of the Maya, and even in the intricate patterns of Native American petroglyphs. But as we navigate this labyrinth of meaning, we must confront a challenging question. Can we ever truly decipher these symbols? Each attempt to translate them is laden with the weight of interpretation, colored by our own cultural lenses and biases. The past is a foreign land, rich with its own nuances and complexities. As we grapple with the remnants of these lost languages, we must remember that our understanding is but a shadow, a mere echo of the vibrant lives once lived. Yet in this pursuit, there lies an invitation, a call to explore and to wonder. The fascination with symbols is not merely academic, it is a journey of the human spirit. As we seek to understand these ancient codes, we are also seeking to understand ourselves. What does it mean to communicate? How do we express our beliefs, our fears, our hopes? In every symbol, we find a reflection of the human experience, a testament to our shared journey through time. As we conclude our exploration of the enigma of the symbols, we are left with more questions than answers. The lost languages and sacred codes remind us of the fragility of knowledge and the importance of preserving our stories. They challenge us to look beyond the surface and to seek the deeper meanings that lie beneath. In a world increasingly dominated by the spoken and written word, we must not forget the power of symbols, the silent whispers that connect us to our past, to each other, and to the mysteries yet to be unveiled. So, as we step away from these ancient texts and symbols, let us carry with us the sense of wonder they inspire. Let us embrace the enigma, for in that mystery lies the beauty of our shared humanity. The symbols may be lost, but the stories they tell are eternal, waiting for us to listen, to learn, and to remember. In the misty realms of Scotland, where the rugged landscapes meet the wild, unyielding sea, lie the remnants of a civilization that has sparked the curiosity of historians and archaeologists alike. The Picts. This enigmatic people, shrouded in mystery, have captivated our imaginations for centuries. As we embark on this journey through time, we delve into the modern theories that aim to unravel the Pictish puzzle, piecing together the fragments of their existence, culture, and eventual disappearance. The Picts first emerged in the historical record around the 3rd century AD, their name echoing through the annals of time, derived from the Latin word picti, meaning the painted ones. It is said that they adorned their bodies with intricate tattoos and fierce war paint, a visual display that both terrified their enemies and fascinated the Romans. But what do we truly know about these people? The answer remains elusive, a tantalizing puzzle waiting to be solved. As we sift through the artifacts left behind, carved stones, remnants of settlements, and fragments of their intricate artwork, we find ourselves drawn into their world. Historians today focus on two primary aspects of Pictish life: their society and their art. The complexities of these elements offer a glimpse into the soul of a people whose story has been largely overshadowed by the rise of neighboring cultures. Let us first explore the societal structure of the Picts. The traditional view depicted them as a tribal society, divided into various clans, each ruled by its own king or chieftain. This notion was largely influenced by the writings of early historians such as Bede, who chronicled the Picts in the 8th century. However, recent archaeological discoveries challenge this simplistic view. Excavations at sites like Burghead and Fortevio suggest that the Picts had a more intricate social hierarchy, with evidence of powerful elites who controlled resources and wielded significant influence over their communities. As we walk through these ancient sites, we can almost hear the echoes of their lives: children playing, warriors preparing for battle, and artisans crafting exquisite jewelry and tools. The sheer craftsmanship of Pictish stone carvings, adorned with swirling patterns and enigmatic symbols, speaks to a society rich in creativity and skill. Scholars now believe that these symbols held meaning beyond mere decoration, perhaps serving as markers of territory or clan affiliation. Yet the question lingers: what motivated the Picts to create such intricate art? In the modern scholarly landscape, theories abound. Some historians posit that the Picts were engaged in a form of cultural expression that reflected their identity and beliefs. The symbols, seen on standing stones and grave markers, may have served religious or ritualistic purposes, connecting the living with the spiritual world. Others suggest that these artistic endeavors were a display of power and prestige, a way to assert dominance and communicate strength to both allies and adversaries. Moving beyond art, we also confront the Pictish economy and their interactions with neighboring societies. The Picts were not isolated. They were part of a vibrant network of trade and cultural exchange. Evidence of trade routes extending into Ireland, the Isle of Man and beyond, indicates that the Picts were savvy merchants. They traded not only goods, but also ideas, influencing and being influenced by the cultures surrounding them. The arrival of Christianity in the 6th century brought further change as Pictish society began to evolve, weaving new threads into the fabric of their identity. One cannot discuss the Picts without addressing their eventual decline, a topic that historians have debated endlessly. The arrival of the Scots from Ireland marked a significant turning point. As they settled in Pictish territory, the dynamics of power shifted. Some suggest that this was not merely a conquest, but a complex process of integration as the two cultures merged over time. This blending of identities may have led to the gradual fade of the Pictish distinctiveness, absorbed into the growing kingdom of Scotland. But what of the Picts themselves? Where did they go? Did they vanish into the annals of history, Or did they evolve into something new? The modern historian's perspective often rejects the idea of a complete disappearance. Instead, they propose that the Picts transformed, adapting to the changing political landscape while retaining fragments of their original identity. This notion is echoed in contemporary cultural expressions in Scotland, where the legacy of the Picts lives on in folklore, art, and the very stones that dot the landscape. As we journey deeper into the heart of the Pictish narrative, we encounter the stories of individual lives. Through the lens of archaeology, we learn about the everyday life of a Pictish woman, perhaps named Aithne. She might have spent her days tending to her garden, weaving cloth, and caring for her family. Her existence was intertwined with the rhythms of nature, marked by the changing seasons and the cycles of life. Her hands, calloused from labor, would have touched the same stones that we admire today, the same symbols that continue to provoke thought and wonder. Imagine, then, the thrill of discovery as archaeologists unearth her home, revealing tools and pottery that tell the story of her existence. Each shard of pottery, each stone tool, brings us closer to understanding not just the Picts as a collective, but also the individuals within that society. It is through these personal stories that we begin to appreciate the depth and richness of Pictish culture, transcending the boundaries of time and place. As we reflect on the Picts, we recognize that their legacy is not merely a historical curiosity, but a profound reminder of the complexities of human existence. In our quest to understand them, we uncover universal themes that resonate with our own lives. The struggle for identity, the importance of community, the desire for expression, and the inevitable passage of time. In conclusion, the puzzle of the Picts remains a work in progress, a tapestry woven from the threads of history, archaeology, and modern scholarship. As we continue to explore their world, we must embrace the ambiguity and uncertainty that accompany such an endeavor. For in the midst of the unknown, we find the beauty of discovery, a journey that connects us to our past and illuminates the paths we tread today. The Picts may be silent, their voices lost to time, but through our curiosity and dedication, their story lives on, inviting us to listen, to learn, and to reflect on the enduring nature of humanity. In the misty highlands of Scotland, where the rugged landscape meets the rolling sea, a tale as ancient as the stones themselves unfolds. It is a tale of a people whose legacy lingers in the echoes of history, a mystery veiled in time. This is the story of the Picts and the quest to uncover their genetic traces through DNA. Picture a time long before the kingdoms of Scotland were established. A time when the land was inhabited by tribes, each with their own tongues, traditions, and stories. Among them were the Picts, a name that translates to the Painted Ones. These enigmatic people, known for their intricate stone carvings and mysterious symbols, left behind a rich tapestry of cultural heritage, yet their story was largely written in the silence of the past. For centuries, the Picts have been shrouded in mystery. Historical records mention them briefly, often through the eyes of their adversaries, the Romans, who marveled at their warrior spirit and strange tattoos. They roamed the highlands and valleys, their presence woven into the fabric of early Scottish history. But much of their narrative remains unwritten, lost to the tides of time. What did they look like? What were their beliefs? And, most intriguingly, who were they genetically? In the past few decades, a remarkable revolution has taken place in the realm of genetics. With advances in DNA analysis, scientists have begun to peel back the layers of history, offering a glimpse into the lives of those who came before us. The quest to decode Pictish DNA is not just a scientific endeavor. It is a journey into the heart of identity, a search for the threads that connect us to our ancestors. Imagine for a moment, standing on the edge of a craggy cliff overlooking the North Sea, feeling the chill of the wind as it whispers secrets of the past. Here, Archaeologists and geneticists have converged, united by a common goal: to find the genetic fingerprints of the Picts. They sift through ancient burial sites, meticulously examining skeletal remains, unearthing fragments of a civilization that thrived over a millennium ago. Each bone, each artifact tells a story, and each story adds a piece to the puzzle of who the Picts truly were. One of the most significant discoveries came from the site of the Pictish cemetery at Port Mahomac, where a trove of remains was unearthed. As researchers carefully extracted DNA from these ancient bones, they were not just retrieving genetic material, they were reaching into the past, attempting to connect with the very essence of the Pictish people. The results from these ancient genomes began to paint a picture, one that challenged long-held assumptions about the Picts' origins and their connections to other populations. As the data flowed in, it revealed that the Picts were not a homogeneous group, but rather a vibrant tapestry woven from various strands of genetics. While they shared some similarities with other Celtic populations, there were distinct markers that suggested a unique lineage. The Picts were a fusion of different ancestries, influenced by waves of migration and interaction with other cultures. This genetic diversity speaks to their adaptability and resilience, traits that allowed them to thrive in a challenging landscape. But the quest for understanding did not stop with the Picts themselves. Researchers began to delve deeper, analysing the genetic legacy of the present-day Scottish population. What they found was astonishing. Many modern Scots carry traces of Pictish ancestry, a testament to the enduring legacy of this once mighty civilization. The echoes of the Picts can still be felt, not just in the land they inhabited, but in the very genes of those who walk these hills today. As the narrative unfolded, it became clear that this journey was about more than just DNA. It was a quest for identity. The Picts were often depicted as fierce warriors, but they were also artists, storytellers, and innovators. Their intricate carvings and symbol stones hint at a complex society rich in tradition and spirituality. By uncovering their genetic history, we can begin to understand the depth of their culture and the impact they have had on the Scottish identity. Consider the implications of these findings. In a world where genetic testing has become commonplace, where people seek to trace their heritage with a simple swab, the story of the Picts serves as a reminder of our shared humanity. It emphasizes the interconnectedness of all people, the way our histories intertwine, and how the past shapes our present. The Picts, once a forgotten people, now stand as a symbol of resilience and continuity. As researchers continue to explore the genetic landscape of the Picts, they are not just uncovering facts. They are telling a story of survival, adaptation, and the enduring power of cultural heritage. Each discovery adds depth to our understanding of who the Picts were, but it also invites us to reflect on our own identities. What traces of the past do we carry within us? How do the stories of those who came before shape our lives today? The journey into the world of Pictish DNA is ongoing. With every new discovery, we are reminded of the complexities of our ancestry. It is a journey that transcends time, connecting us to a distant past while grounding us in the present. The Picts may have faded from the pages of history, but their spirit endures, woven into the very fabric of Scotland and the hearts of its people. In the end, the search for Pictish DNA is not merely about genetics, it is a celebration of human history. It is a testament to the power of discovery, the thrill of exploration, and the desire to understand who we are in relation to those who walked before us. As we continue to delve into the mysteries of the past, we honor the Picts, the Painted Ones, and all those who came before, each a vital thread in the intricate tapestry of humanity. And so the story continues, a story waiting to be told, a legacy waiting to be embraced by each new generation. In the rugged highlands and windswept coastlines of Scotland, a rich tapestry of history and culture weaves itself through the very fabric of the land. For centuries, this land has been a stage for tales of resilience, artistry, and a profound connection to the past. Today, we embark on a journey to explore the cultural legacy that has survived in Scotland, a legacy that echoes through the ages, resonating in the hearts of its people and the landscapes they inhabit. As we traverse this enchanting land, we find ourselves immersed in a world where ancient traditions meet modern life, where folklore dances hand in hand with the everyday. Scotland is a place where the past is not merely a chapter in history books, but a living entity, breathing life into the present. Let us begin our journey in the majestic Scottish Highlands, where the rugged mountains rise like guardians of time. Here, in the shadow of Ben Nevis, the highest peak in the British Isles, stories of the clans and their fierce loyalty still linger in the air. It was in these hills that the clans flourished, each with its own unique tartan, its own legends of bravery and honour. The echoes of bagpipes can still be heard, calling forth the spirits of warriors long gone. The sound of the pipes is a powerful reminder of Scotland's musical heritage. Traditional Scottish music, with its haunting melodies and vibrant rhythms, has survived through generations. The fiddle, the accordion, and of course, the bagpipes, tell stories of love, loss, and celebration. In village halls and bustling festivals, locals gather to share their passion for music, weaving together the threads of their cultural identity. From the joyous jigs of a ceilidh to the sombre notes of a lament, every tune carries with it the weight of history, connecting present and past in a beautiful harmony. As we journey southward, we arrive at the picturesque shores of Loch Ness, a place steeped in mystery and lore. The legend of the Loch Ness Monster has captured the imagination of many, becoming a symbol of Scottish folklore. But beyond the myth lies a deeper cultural significance. The loch itself, with its dark waters and ancient stones, has been a source of inspiration for poets and artists alike. It is a reminder of the power of storytelling, a testament to the human tendency to create narratives that help us make sense of the world around us. Scotland's literary legacy is profound, with a lineage of writers that includes luminaries such as Robert Burns, Sir Walter Scott, and more recently, the likes of J.K. Rowling. Burns, often hailed as the national poet, wrote with a voice that resonated with the common folk, capturing the essence of Scottish life in his verses. His words, steeped in the dialect of his time, continue to be celebrated every January during Burns Night, a night dedicated to feasting, toasting, and reciting his poetry. It is a night where the spirit of Scotland comes alive, where the past meets the present in a shared celebration of identity. Moving into the urban heart of Scotland, we find ourselves in Edinburgh, a city that embodies the spirit of resilience and creativity. Its cobbled streets are lined with history, where the ghostly whispers of long-forgotten figures mingle with the laughter of modern-day residents. The Edinburgh Festival, a month-long celebration of art, theatre and culture, is a testament to the city's enduring legacy of creativity. Artists from all over the world converge here, transforming the city into a vibrant tapestry of performances that honour both tradition and innovation. Yet, the cultural legacy of Scotland is not solely confined to its cities and landscapes. It resides in the warmth of its people, in the stories passed down through generations. The tradition of storytelling, known as folk tales, remains integral to Scottish culture. Around firesides, families gather, recounting tales of fairies, giants, and heroic deeds. These stories serve as bridges between generations, imparting wisdom, humour, and values, all while preserving the unique dialects and expressions of the regions they hail from. And let us not forget the enduring influence of the Scots Gaelic language. Though it has faced challenges over the years, the revival of Gaelic culture is a testament to the resilience of Scotland's heritage. Schools and communities are embracing the language, ensuring that it survives and thrives in the modern world. The Gaelic language is more than just words. It is a key that unlocks a treasure trove of history, mythology, and connection to the land. Our journey takes us to the islands of Scotland, where the rhythms of life are dictated by the tides and the seasons. The Shetland and Orkney Islands, with their rich Norse heritage, offer a glimpse into a world where the past is celebrated through vibrant festivals and crafts. The tradition of knitting, particularly the famed Fair Isle and Shetland patterns, has been passed down through generations, creating not just garments but stories woven into every stitch. These crafts are a form of resistance against the tides of globalization, a way of preserving identity and culture amidst change. As we draw closer to the end of our journey, we reflect on the enduring legacy of Scotland's culinary traditions. The haggis, often considered the national dish, is a symbol of Scottish pride and ingenuity. Its preparation is steeped in tradition, and its consumption is a celebration of togetherness, particularly during the annual Burns Night Supper. Scottish cuisine, with its emphasis on local ingredients, echoes the land itself. The ruggedness of its hills, the freshness of its waters, and the bounty of its farms. It is a testament to the resilience of a culture that has thrived through adversity, adapting and evolving while maintaining a deep respect for its roots. In the fading light of day, we find ourselves standing on the cliffs of Dunbar, gazing out at the vast expanse of the North Sea. The waves crash against the rocks below, a reminder of the relentless passage of time. Yet, amidst this change, Scotland's cultural legacy stands strong, a testament to the enduring spirit of its people. From the ancient stones of Skara Brae to the vibrant celebrations of modern festivals, every aspect of Scotland's culture tells a story of survival, resilience, and pride. As we conclude our exploration of Scotland's cultural legacy, we carry with us the echoes of its past, the melodies of its music, and the warmth of its people. This journey has shown us that what survives in Scotland is not merely a collection of artifacts or traditions, but a living, breathing testament to a land and its people, a legacy that will continue to thrive and inspire for generations to come. In Scotland, the past is not forgotten. It is cherished, celebrated, and woven into the very essence of everyday life. And as we look to the future, we can be sure that the spirit of Scotland will endure, forever echoing through the valleys, the glens, and the hearts of those who call this land home. In the mist-shrouded hills of Scotland, where the rolling green landscapes meet the rugged coastline, lies a story steeped in mystery, artistry, and ancient culture. A story of the Picts, the enigmatic people who painted their bodies and carved their history into stone. Today, we embark on a journey to explore the Painted Memory, a captivating saga that reveals why the Picts still cast their spell on our imaginations. Imagine a time over 1,000 years ago, long before the arrival of the Romans, when these fierce tribes roamed the land. The word Pict comes from the Latin Picti, meaning the painted ones. They were named by outsiders, their very identity shaped by the vivid colours that adorned their skin. But who were the Picts really? What drove their artistry, and why do they continue to fascinate us today? Our tale begins in the hauntingly beautiful landscape of modern-day Scotland. The Picts thrived in this rugged terrain, their culture blossoming amidst the ancient stones and whispering winds. They were a people who embraced nature, drawing inspiration from the world around them. It is said that the Picts painted their bodies not just for battle, but as a form of self-expression, a canvas to showcase their stories, beliefs, and identities. As we traverse the hills, we come across the remnants of their civilization, enigmatic stone carvings that punctuate the landscape. These intricate designs, often depicting animals, mythical creatures, and abstract patterns, are a testament to their artistic prowess. They speak of a people deeply connected to their surroundings, who infused their art with meaning. Each carving is a window into their world, inviting us to ponder the mysteries of their existence. The Picts left no written records, and thus much of their history is shrouded in shadow. But in the absence of words, their art speaks volumes. The symbols etched into stone reflect a society rich in spirituality and ritual. Scholars have debated the meanings behind these symbols for centuries, attempting to decode the language of the Picts. Were they a warrior society, fiercely defending their land? Or were they a community that celebrated peace and harmony with the earth? As we delve deeper into the Pictish world, we encounter the concept of the Pictish beast, a creature that appears frequently in their artwork. This mythical animal, often depicted with a long neck and intricate designs, has sparked countless theories. Some see it as a symbol of power, while others believe it represents the connection between the earthly and the spiritual. The ambiguity of the Pictish beast embodies the very essence of the Picts themselves. Mysterious, multifaceted, and endlessly intriguing. In the early medieval period, the Picts experienced a dramatic transformation. As Christianity spread its wings across Europe, the Picts found themselves at a crossroads. Their ancient customs and beliefs were challenged by the new faith, leading to a fascinating interplay of cultures. The introduction of Christian iconography into Pictish art marked a significant turning point. Crosses and biblical themes began to weave into their stone carvings, creating a rich tapestry that blended the old with the new. This merging of traditions can be seen in the stunning stone monuments that dot the Scottish landscape today. The intricately carved cross slab of Aberlemno, for example, showcases the Picts' ability to adapt while preserving their identity. It is a striking harmony of Christian symbols alongside traditional Pictish motifs, a testament to their resilience in the face of changing times. Yet, despite this evolution, the essence of the Pictish spirit remained intact. The Picts were not merely subdued by external forces. They absorbed and transformed influences, forging a new identity that was uniquely their own. This remarkable adaptability is one reason why the Picts continue to captivate our imagination. They remind us of the power of cultural exchange, of the fluidity of identity, and of the resilience of the human spirit. As we wander through the remnants of their world, we can almost hear the echoes of their lives, the laughter of children playing, the rhythmic beat of drums in celebration, the whispers of the elders sharing stories by the fire. The Picts were a community, bound together by shared experiences and a profound connection to their land. Their legacy lives on in the very fabric of Scottish culture, and their influence can be felt in the folklore, music, and art that permeates the region. But what of the tales that have grown around the Picts over the centuries? Legends of their fierce warriors and haunting spirits have taken root in the collective consciousness, transforming them into figures of fascination. The stories of the Picts have been romanticized and reimagined, blending history with myth in a way that keeps their memory alive. From the pages of medieval manuscripts to contemporary literature and film, the Picts have become symbols of mystery and adventure, inviting us to explore the unknown. In recent years, archaeological discoveries have shed new light on the Picts, revealing insights into their daily lives, societal structures, and even their spiritual practices. Excavations of Pictish sites have uncovered intricately crafted jewelry, tools, and even remnants of their dwellings. Each artifact tells a story, piecing together the puzzle of a people whose legacy was nearly lost to time. The fascination with the Picts has transcended borders and generations, sparking a revival of interest in their culture and art. Modern artists and scholars are drawn to the Pictish aesthetic, finding inspiration in their intricate designs and symbolic language. The Picts' ability to convey complex ideas through simple forms continues to resonate, reminding us of the timeless nature of artistic expression. As we reflect on the Pictish legacy, we realize that their story is not just one of the past, it is a living narrative that speaks to our present. In a world increasingly defined by division and conflict, the Picts embody the possibility of unity amidst diversity. Their artistry, spirituality, and adaptability serve as reminders of our shared humanity, encouraging us to embrace our differences while finding common ground. So, as we conclude our journey through the painted memory of the Picts, let us carry their story with us. Let us remember the beauty of their artistry, the depth of their spirituality, and the resilience of their spirit. The Picts may have faded into the shadows of history, but their legacy shines brightly, illuminating the path for future generations to explore, to discover, and to celebrate the rich tapestry of human experience. In the end, the fascination with the Picts is not merely about understanding a long-lost culture. It is about the enduring power of storytelling, the artistry that transcends time, and the connections we forge across the ages. The painted memory of the Picts lives on, inviting us to delve deeper into their world, to unravel the mysteries that surround them, and to find inspiration in their indomitable spirit. And so we carry their story forward, a testament to the beauty of human expression and the timeless allure of the painted memory.